Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter and Percy Went to Camp Half-Blood instead of Hogwarts. Do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload uncensored spicy version, link in description. It was finally over. I couldn't believe it, neither could some of the few campers remaining. The war had lasted so long, crushing us until we had no hope left, and Luke saved us all. Of course, a few good things came out of him leaving us for the underworld. Annabeth and I were dating, Annabeth and I were dating, Annabeth and I were. Percy, come here, Chiron wants to talk to you. That's Annabeth. About 16 with curly blonde hair like a princess and an expression that would kill you if you said that out loud. Coming. I finished sword training with some new Aphrodite kid easily and 2. LD the new group of campers that I'd be right back. Maybe. I raced towards the big house, pausing to wave at Clarice politely and running faster than before when she pulled out her new electric spear. That thing seriously hurt. Hey Annabeth, what's up? I panted once I reached the door. She smiled in an almost worried fashion. I recognized it immediately. It was her. I don't want to tell Percy because he'll do something stupid. Look. Okay, what is it this time? I groaned. Just last week, we had been sent by Chiron to collect a son of Apollo from South Dakota. What he was doing there. Percy. Hello. Earth to seaweed brain. I snapped out of it a grin sheepishly. Sorry, just hoping we don't have to cross the US on a buffalo again. She giggled. But that was so funny. The two of us went inside and sat at the long oak table. Chiron was already there, reading a very thick book. I also saw the heads of other cabins talking with each other. Chiron then seemed to notice us as we found our seats. In the only 2 chairs together. Ah, yes. Annabeth and Percy, he said as a few other people strolled in. Good, good, good. We looked at each other, as did a few of the other campers, in confusion. What was good, good, good? Chiron stepped out to talk to us. Actually, I just need Percy and Annabeth right now. Mr. D will tell you everyone else's mission options. One of his sons is trapped in well. I'll let him tell you. Annabeth hid a snicker with her hand and we shared yet another look. I almost felt bad for Mr. D as he shuffled into the room filled with camper heads. We followed Chiron into a small room to the left, filled with laughter and loud noises. Then I heard someone going, "Shish," and everyone got quiet, though a few whispers were faintly heard. I let myself grin. I had a pretty good idea of who they were. Surprise! Yelled Talia Grace, popping out as we opened the door. Annabeth jumped back but I came over. When did you get here? Annabeth gasped, running over to hug her friend. Are the other hunters here? Where's Artemis? Did you end up finding that tiger that was destroying parts of? We all laughed as Annabeth stood still for a second to catch her breath. She gave us a dirty look and hugged Talia again. I noticed that she grew her hair out longer and bought a light silver sweater. Then I noticed the others behind her. Nico. Grover. I myself patted my 2 other friends on the back, Nico Diangelo and Grover Underwood. Even if the latter was half goat, I found myself very fond of them. They, and everyone else in this room, been with me a month ago to fight Kronos. They had all saved my butt at least once. Nico looked slightly different, his black hair was longer and even more crazy than before. He had on his classic Viator's jacket and black ripped jeans with skeleton ring. Grover looked older somehow, even though I saw him a month ago. Everyone has just been so busy. I finally asked them what they were doing there. Wait, you don't know? I thought that you guys were gonna tell us. Nico said, looking as confused as I felt. Annabeth shook her head. I don't know, but I am so tired. We just had this mission in South Dakota. I know all about it. Girl, said Talia groaning. I've been super busy too. That was something we could all agree with. Demigods were pouring in the camp and not. Satyrs were needed. All over the country and out of the country too. Nico was helping his dad with expanding the underworld and Grover was directing new recruits on the Council of Cloven Elders. Talia was obviously her fellows hunters and doing quests as she was a half-blood. Chiron then came in, accompanied by yet another tired soul. Oh, please tell me you don't need another prophecy. Rachel Elizabeth Dare moaned. I just gave one out like 2 minutes ago. Then she saw the group of us. No way, I am not giving out a death mission for this special group. We all exchanged a look. Hopefully Rachel was wrong. I myself knew I couldn't take another quest. Think how Talia, Grover, and Nico must have felt when she said that. Chiron stepped forward, holding his hands up to silence our oracle. Actually, all of you are here for a different reason. He began. I stole a look at Annabeth, who looked just as confused as I did. Everyone here has been extremely busy. I and Mr. D have started to see signs of tiredness. We have therefore both decided for you to leave on a week-long vacation. We were all silent until what he said kicked in. A vacation? Talia asked with wide eyes. Then, we all started talking at once. No way. Is this some kind of joke? But what about all the other prophecies? Did you talk to my dad about this? I'm not sure he'd agree. Where are we going? What should we pack? What about my school? I can't just leave. And that is how hot air balloons were invented. The last one was Chiron. He said this very loudly and we all turned to look at him. He had a glint of mild amusement as we looked at each other in confusion. To answer your questions, it is not a joke, Percy. Rachel, you don't have to worry about any prophecies in 1 week. I did talk to your father Nico. And don't worry about your respective schools, Miss Chase. He paused to take in a deep breath, during which Talia raised her hand. Why didn't you answer mine or Grover's questions? Where are we going? And what should we pack? Chiron smiled simply. You might want bathing suits, sunscreen, flip-flops, sunglasses. I and a few neareds booked the 6 of you to the Edgewater Beach Hotel in Naples, Florida. Oh my God, screamed Talia. She ran up to our centaur friend and hugged him. Thank you so much. I was too shocked to speak. Florida. That was like, forever away from New York. Beach Hotel. He has got to be kidding. Are you serious? Naples, Florida. I asked. I can't get on a plane for New Jersey. Talia rolled her eyes. Come on. Be positive, Percy, we're going to Florida. As in, the Sunshine State. It might be fun, I could definitely use a break. Annabeth admitted. Rachel and Grover both nodded and I had to agree. Only Nico wasn't happy. A beach. That's why I like New York. I hate the sun, he yelled. Why can't we go to the mountains or something? Relax, Nico. Talia assured her cousin. We're all going to have so much fun. Hogwarts. Gryffindor common room. But he was obviously showing off for Parkinson, wasn't he? Interjected Ron quickly, before Hermione could say anything. Well, she said uncertainly, I don't know. It would be like Malfoy make himself seem more important than he is, but that's a big lie to tell. Exactly, said Harry with a I told you so look at Ron. Hermione rolled her eyes at the two boys' antics and proceeded to read the note she had been given by an unknown second year. It's from Professor Dumbledore. She said to herself, walking up to the girls' dormitory. Dear Miss Granger, I would most like for you to tutor a young exchange student. She is from a school in America. She does not need to know spells, but instead history of magic, arithmancy, potions, etc. She will be arriving shortly. Thank you. Hermione Granger was silent for a moment. An exchange student from America. Perhaps Dumbledore wouldn't mind if she asked a few questions. What school, what age, and what was her name? She walked through Hogwarts halls, not exactly concentrating on what was going on around her. Not much did happen, excepting that her two best friends caught up to her, of course. Where are you going? Harry asked, walking backwards against the school's traffic. As sixth years, most of the younger students would step out of the way. Add in the fact that this certain sixth year was Harry Potter. The chosen one. I have to ask Dumbledore about something, he sent me a very queer note. How so? Said Ron, exchanging a look with Harry. Their friend's idea of queer was someone misspelling the word, ambidextrous, with one too many, e's or without the u. Hermione was silent for a moment as the trio continued to trek down through the hallway towards their headmaster's office. He said something about an American exchange student, that I needed to tutor her or something. Kind of weird, huh? I don't even know her name. Harry shrugged. Yeah, but how common are exchange students? You must have gotten some of them before, right? Ron and Hermione looked at each other, then the former said, actually, I don't think so. Foreigners are kind of kept away from Hogwarts. Well, you saw how they acted 2 years ago from France and Bulgaria. They were all silent until reaching the lone statue with a griffin. Until then, Hermione had forgotten all about how they would get in. Password anyone? I've got it, Harry said after a pause. Acid pops. The griffin swiveled upward, and Ron and Hermione looked at Harry with raised eyebrows. Dumbledore wrote me. The trio continued up and knocked on the brass knocker. Come in. They all stepped inside, the boys allowing Hermione to go first. After all, she wanted to see him to start out with. She nervously stepped forward, walking up to the elderly man. She smiled politely and then began to ask her questions. Sir, about the note you sent me. Albus Dumbledore laughed and winked at Hermione. I thought you would come with a few questions. First off, she is an American muggle who is not at all magic herself, but is a prophet. You mean a real oracle? Ron asked skeptically. Yeah, right. Dumbledore waited patiently, but then continued. She is actually one Mr. Weasley, and while she cannot perform magic, she has a magical gift for all theory subjects. She would be in your grade level, and is coming in about a week. Hermione frowned. Nothing she had read about stated that real prophets might not be able to use magic, or not start out in a school, but anything was possible in this world. Just one more thing, sir. Will you notify me when she is here? I obviously don't know what she looks like, or even her name. Yes, said Dumbledore looking directly into her chocolate eyes. She has light, green eyes and thin, red curls. Her name is Rachel Elizabeth Dare. Percent 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 percent. At that time, Rachel Elizabeth Dare and all the rest of us were boarding onto an airplane at the JFK airport. I was incredibly nervous. We were all counting on the fact that since Talia was in the plane too, he wouldn't set the plane to explode. That, or the fact that unless I got hurt directly in my lower back, I'd be the only one that wouldn't die anyway. Come on, Percy, yelled Talia herself, slipping a pair of sunglasses on. We're going to Florida. We can't miss the flight. I sighed and set the last of our insane amount of luggage down. I was the last aboard on out of our group, meaning I, to my pleasure, did not get the window seat. I was placed next to Talia and Nico. Because the closer we were to Zeus's daughter, the better. I was on the edge, of course, and ended up being hit by a tourist couple that sat behind us. Oh, Matt, this is going to be so romantic. The woman's voice was high-pitched and nasally, tinted with the unmistakable New Jersey accent. Nico, being immature at 13, turned around in his seat to ask where they were going. I almost died when the man said it was none of his business, but the lady smiled sweetly. A glamorous hotel in Naples, the Edgewater, I believe. No way, said Talia, also turning around. I seriously wanted to die. These two really hadn't been around mortals too much. We're staying there too. Actually, me and all of them. She pointed a long silver fingernail at me, and the other three across the aisle. The lady looked shocked. Really? That is so weird. I'm sure that you or your cousins will enjoy the hotel immensely. We go every year for our anniversary, the view is gorgeous. Then some movie ca. Me on about cardboard posters coming to life and this jock inviting a cheerleader to prom, lame. So obviously, I had a dream. And not just any dream, the infamous demigod dreams. I was in a wide, tall room. The sky was completely open. It was a bright sunny day. We were surrounded by people, we meaning my entourage, plus Mrs. O'Leary. Anyway, I was experiencing the sickening feeling like I had shadow traveled with Nico. Then I saw Nico almost knocked out. Yeah, we shadow traveled for sure. Who are you? The voice came from a short brunette in black robes with an English accent. All around us actually. The people were clad in black and whispering in English tones. I spared a look at Dream Annabeth. She had on sunscreen and sunglasses, plus a really nice blue sundress. The vision changed. I was alone this time. In a dark enclosed space. Or, there was one other person. He had messy black hair and dark green eyes. He was kind of thin and bony, with a small scar on his forehead. He seemed to be mouthing, or shouting something. Go. I then realized I couldn't move, I was chained to a post. There were needles sticking out of me, with my blood. Oh, no. Percy. I was jolted awake by Nico. I ran my fingers through my hair. Thoroughly relieved that it was just a dream. Bad dream? He asked sympathetically. You were moaning about something, couldn't tell what. Anyway, we're somewhere over Virginia I think. I then noticed that Talia was rocking out to some music on her iPod, probably Green Day or Aerosmith or something. Annabeth was reading a thick book on architecture, Grover was sleeping. And Rachel was staring out her window seat. I unbuckled my seatbelt and walked over to her. Hey. She turned and smiled. Just thinking about how I never ride in economy class, it's always first. It was then I remembered that she was extremely rich and had been on more private planes than regular. She just seemed so normal. I'm honestly thinking how fun it's going to be at the beach, she said smiling. We all need a giant break, hopefully I don't need to say any life-shattering prophecies on this vacation. She closed her eyes. The one who touches the sand first shall be doomed forever. We both started laughing as I returned to my seat. Apparently food was included with our plane tickets. Roast beef of French bread with sodas and pretzels, chocolate cake for dessert. Nico nearly cursed our waitress to Tartarus for bringing him a kid's meal. We were all giggling as he, red-faced, ate his smiling cow's cheeseburger and happy potato fires. He threatened to break our arms if we ever mentioned this to camp. I then saw Talia snap a photo of the kid's meal on her silver cell phone. We are now crossing over the Atlantic Ocean. The crackling loudspeaker woman said after about an hour of playing on my DS. I jumped over to the window seat, the water was still below. It looked almost like glass, cool and green glass. I could barely make out a pack of dolphins below. I almost wished I could jump out and say hello or something. The rest of the trip passed without much commotion. Excepting when Grover had to go to the ladies' room bathroom because he ate a bean enchilada. Never mind. We were descending into Naples and being told to fasten our seat belts. I did so, both me and Nico holding each other's shoulders. Maybe we would make it, maybe we would make it. Thank you for flying with us today. Please exit in an orderly fashion. Screw orderly fashion, Talia yelled, bumping past us and slipping on black frames. We're in Florida, baby. We exited into the sunshine. All of the others running ahead. Rachel and I stayed back. I'm nervous, Rachel admitted after me trying to get why she was all silent. I feel like I was supposed to do something my dad said I guess. Don't worry about it, I assured her. Whatever it is, it can't be that important. It's not like your dad knows anything about the gods or us or magic. Nothing's going to happen. I was so wrong. If you want to know where paradise is, come visit us in Naples. That was the hotel's slogan. I must admit it was only true for our first 2 full days here. Talia was prepared to enjoy every moment of not fighting with bizarre creatures from the underworld. I was just happy about not having to wake up early and clean my room for a change. We all found ourselves in giant rooms, each outfitted with a flat screen and places for laptops. Apparently, Kyron had selected the gorgeous Sun Suite, with 2 double beds for 4 and 2 singles for 1 each. I was with Grover, Talia with Annabeth, and the remaining group got the singles. Much to Nico's happiness. All right troops, time to settle in. I heard myself saying, we need to unpack and do all that stuff that adults do at hotels. The others shrugged and I grabbed my suitcase and unpacked my stuff. Annabeth grabbed hers, Grover grabbed his, Nico grabbed his, Rachel grabbed her too, and Talia grabbed the rest of them. The rest of them meaning, at least 5. Talia, what is in those bags? Annabeth finally asked, after we were all watching her with awe. Talia grabbed the closest one and opened it. 5 different bathing suits, 2 cans of sunscreen, 3 sunglasses, 8 pairs of flip-flops, 2 pairs of Converse, 7 assorted t-shirts and tank tops, 9 shorts, 2 pairs of knee-high rainbow socks, 3 sweaters, 1 pair of gloves, 2 cans of toothpaste, 1 toothbrush, 1 deodorant, 5 of my favorite nail polish colors, nail polish remover, foot rub, my ponytail holder ring. Annabeth interrupted her, is that all? Talia laughed as if she made a joke. No. This is only one of my suitcases, silly. Nico, Grover and I groaned. This girl was impossible when she discovered credit cards and Tiffany's shopping. We all took out our stuff and then went downstairs, clad in bathing suits and towels, and stopping to say hello at the lady by the pool. "Hi," she said in an extremely cheerful voice. We stared. "My name is Happy, I'll be your cheerful guide today." She winked at us, and I felt a little creeped out. She had preppy, yellow curls and preppy, yellow clothes. Hi. Is Happy your name?" Annabeth asked, trying to be polite. Happy giggled like she was 5. "Yep. Do you need any assistance? Carrying bags, carrying anything, putting on sunscreen?" She giggled again, this time more flirtatiously. Nico interrupted her. "Could you just, be less cheerful?" Quote. Happy put her hands on her hips. Now, that's not nice. I'm just doing my job, silly." She playfully smacked Grover on the arm. He happened to be the closest. "Ow," he yelled, attracting the attention of the lobby. "That hurt." Happy shrugged. "I'm super sorry. Are you okay? Do you want me to put a band-aid on it?" We all looked at each other, and I whispered, "Let's get out of here before Happy gets together the rest of the 7 dwarves." Rachel, Nico and I all laughed, but the other 3 didn't get it. Apparently, people from Camp Half-Blood had never read Snow White. Rachel was explaining the story, Grover was yelling about animal rights, remember the heart of a boar, Annabeth was talking about how all of that could be avoided if she just did this. Talia was trying to get away from the flirtatious beach boys so she wouldn't get turned into a bear by Artemis. The usual. Then we started sunbathing, enjoying the Florida sun. It was actually kind of peaceful, doing nothing. Maybe we could last 7 days without fighting bad guys, judging human souls, giving immortality to 12-year-olds, or going to school. I was wrong. Super wrong. Totally wrong. Really WRO, you get the picture. September 17th. Hermione Jean Granger was having a very bad day. First, she lost her favorite pink hairbrush that morning and she put on her school uniform backwards. During breakfast, Lavender Brown, accidentally, spilled pumpkin juice on her new skirt. She got a 95% on her history report, she almost fell asleep in Snape's class, and Dumbledore wanted to see her, ASAP. Whatever that meant. She knocked quickly, she still had mountains of homework left. Dumbledore was reading an enormous book, almost as big as the table. He PT prodding it with his wand and muttering to himself. When the 17-year-old girl strode in, he put on a smile. "Miss Granger. So glad you could come, I must ask you to take these." The elderly man handed Hermione a packet of parchment, crammed with tiny print. He also had a few light books with basic information on theory and several, probably about 100, flashcards. "Oh, I'd almost forgotten about the exchange student, sir. When will she be arriving?" Dumbledore frowned. "She was supposed to arrive yesterday, actually. I must ask you to send an owl to her, we don't want to expect the worst." 2. Miss Rachel Elizabeth Dare. "I don't know where she is right now." "Never mind. We'll just send it the Muggle way, here's the address her father gave me." Hermione nodded, understanding the point. She really could be anywhere. She took the address and the books to come up with a lesson plan in her room. Maybe she could ask Harry for help. As Hermione stepped up to the Ollery, she tried to think of what the strange address meant for Rachel. Miss Rachel Elizabeth Dare, Half-Blood Hill, Farm Road 3.141. Long Island, New York, 11954. It was a rather strange address, Half-Blood Hill, New York. Hermione shook her head. Dumbledore should know what he was doing. Still, inviting a total stranger and a Muggle into Hogwarts. And even more so, one who couldn't perform magic. Poor girl. Hermione sighed and sent the letter with her owl. "I wonder where she is now," she thought, leaving the small room. "I hate Florida," groaned Annabeth, flopping down some magazine with a cover on Miley Cyrus. "There is nothing to do." Grover, Nico, and I all sighed in agreement. We had already watched TV for hours, played video games, exercised, slept in, stayed up till 2 in the morning and swam our freaking butts off. Even Talia and Rachel were starting to get depressed of doing nothing. "I know, I am so bored and it's only been 2 days." Nico said. "Doing nothing in the underworld is better than this." He received a few stares. "Okay. Maybe this is a little better. We were then silent again. Talia finally sighed and whipped out a handheld. Talia, what is that? Grover asked, looking like the mortal toy was something you could eat. Talia must have seen the look too. No way, goat boy, this is my only escape to my hunter girlfriends. No eating. The screen flashed hot pink, with a message from Teke. Who's Teke? I asked. Talia laughed after reading the message. Just one of my girls. We all leaned over to read what the heck Talia meant. Teke. Hey Talia. Woo's up. Geometry. NM, Teke. I envy you, Artemis is like making us WRK2X. I am a tree. I wish I could WRK, it is so boring. Teke. I know, so bad. Must be hard to ignore all the hot boys. I am a tree. Lol. Teke. Are our friends reading this? Talia paused to glare at us. We smiled sweetly and kept reading over her shoulder. She rolled her eyes. Geometry. Yeah, and being super annoying too. Teke. Rotflaw. Geometry. LMAO. Teke. Okay, Gray and Donnie want me to hunt down some bear that ate her cherry popsicle. Geometry. I am so bored. I so want to be hunting down bears right now. Teke. The beach. Ho are you and what did you do with that tree I know and love? Geometry. She met a GRLNAMD happy who creeped her out. Teke. Okay. Geometry. GTG. G-Man is about to eat Wise Gals magazine. Teke. Unleash it has a pic of Justin Bieber, then burn it. Geometry. I will telephone him dat. Sia STL. Talia closed the handheld, and smacked Grover. Does it have any pics of Justin in it? Grover nodded and proceeded to stuff it in his mouth. Wait, Rachel yelped. Give me that picture. I'll put it on my wall I'll burn it. She blushed. Talia gave her a weird look into the photo of him smiling, much to my, Nico, and Annabeth's amusement. Then Nico looked at his watch. Oh, it's afternoon. It think the mail's he. All 6 of us ran toward the lobby, pushing each other to make it through. I elbowed Nico, and pushed through Annabeth. Yes. We'd like the mail for room 257, please. I said out of breath while the others still fought behind me. They stopped when they heard my voice. He handed me a packet of letters, and all 6 of us ran to the elevator. Let me see. Let me see. They all pushed up and I lifted up my arm. I was actually one of the tallest there, none of the girls or Nico could reach it. I wasn't sure about Grover though. Look, here's one for me. 1, 2, 3 to 4 for Grover. And one for Rachel. That's it folks. Mine was from my mom, I could tell by the blue handwriting. Grover had 3 from Juniper and 1 from the council, asking advice. We all crowed around Rachel as she opened hers. I wonder who this is from. She asked to herself. It looks like it was written in ink. Like with a quill or something. She tore of a strange wax crest and read it aloud. Dear Rachel Elizabeth Dare. Rachel Elizabeth Dare said, and our curiosity grew. We at Hogwarts wish to know if you are going to attend classes with us this year. My name is Hermione Granger, I would be the one tutoring you along with a few other students. We have your school books if you would like to come, your father has already said you would though. Please return a letter through Muggle or Magic. I'll post to accept or deny the invitation. Thank you. Yours sincerely, Hermione J. Granger. After the letter, we all started to ask questions. What's Hogwarts? Classes. Is it a school? My father, what did he do? Muggle. Magical. Alright, let's settle this whole thing out. Talia said in a loud voice. We all grew silent. Then Rachel widened her eyes. Oh, my gods. She yelped. I totally forgot. I was supposed to go to a magical school, on Sunday. How could I forget? Annabeth shook her head. Are you sure? I've never read about anything like that in a book. Rachel nodded and grabbed the room key from Nico. I have to go there. They have classes on predicting the future. But, she paused, groaning. I was supposed to grab a private jet on Sunday. My dad had one set up. Nico and I looked at each other and nodded. He spoke up. Mrs. O'Leary, Percy and I could take you. Percy to make sure we don't drown in the Atlantic. Rachel looked to both of us, and opened up the room. Better get changed. Talia, Grover, and Annabeth stood in front. We're coming too, Talia said, stubbornly. And don't try and stop us. I shook my head. No way. Nico and I aren't staying. Rachel looked startled. You're not. But, Nico massaged the bridge of his nose. I'm sure he was thinking of how hard it was to transport just me last month. I know he had been practicing, but. Fine. He snapped. We're all coming. We're all staying. Just don't expect any Christmas presents this year. Talia, Rachel, and Annabeth all hugged. Okay, so even my girlfriend was weird. What are you so excited for? We're going to a school. I asked, and Nico also made a face. Annabeth beamed. So, it's a magic school. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whatever. I packed up all of my stuff and wrote a note to the hotel management. I enclosed Chiron's phone number and an extra tip. Then I woke up Nico from his pre-shadow travel nap, and helped him pack his stuff. Nico drank some Gatorade and had an energy bar. We were ready. We went outside with our stuff in the back, near a forest of palm trees. Nico took his lead. All right. We need 3 or 4 people on Mrs. O'Leary actually, everyone on Mrs. O'Leary except Percy. He's done it before. They all lined up. I grabbed Nico's elbow as Nico told everyone to hold on and get off immediately. I'm going to try for outside. We might not get close to Hogwarts, I don't know. Then he began to breath and whisper into the dog's ear. Ready, go. I closed my eyes as Nico began to tense his muscles. Then I felt it, we were hurtling through darkness. I could hear everyone on the dog screaming and myself repeating the destination over and over. Hogwarts. Hogwarts, England, England, magic school, magic school. Then we stopped. And I knew something was wrong. We were suspended in the ceiling of a massive room, filled with people clad in black robes. Oh. My dream. I tried to move, I couldn't. No one was talking, and I saw Mrs. O'Leary and Nico, passed out on the floor. Okay. So it didn't work out like planned. Everything was going perfectly normal that night. Harry and his friends were eating rapidly after a long day at school. Hermione was the worst. He was very worried about the exchange student and kept begging Harry for help. Harry, what do you think about this schedule? I recalculated and both Harry and Ron groaned with defeat. Their Frian D had taken to researching the best way to teach classes and was getting advice. So far, she had gone through at least 6 different books, 3 charts, written to 8 experts, and had followed Filch around for his quickspell papers. He said no. My own, I told you. I'm no expert on any of this stuff. Harry said, exasperated. Ron smirked. Yeah, didn't you get a reply from Professor Mildred T. Salt in Alabama? He seemed very knowledgeable on teaching spelling to 4th graders. The 2 boys laughed, while Hermione turned beet red. That was by mistake, and he sent a very kind letter back to me. Then something happened. The Great Hall suddenly got very dark and cold. A wind rustled from nowhere, and everyone got silent. Dumbledore was there, thankfully, and he stood up. A few of the older students did too, pulling out their wands in the process. Suddenly, the strangest thing happened. Voldemort did not come crashing in, Death Eaters did not proceed to curse everyone in sight, and Storm did not come to rattle the windows. Instead, there was an explosion of noise as 6 figures and one very large monster came crashing down towards the floor. No! Yelled one of the smaller ones, a boy. A dark sphere seemed to encircle them, cushioning their fall. The one who yelled tried to stand up. Ah, he moaned. The monster next to him had already collapsed and he looked faint. Stupid girls, stupid, stupid girls. And then he fainted. Just before the room was flooded with light and everyone saw each other clearly. There were 2 more boys, one with wavy black hair and one with curly red. There were 3 girls, one with red hair and green eyes, one with curly, blonde hair, and one with long black hair and electric blue eyes. They were all frozen, only their eyes displaying how scared they were. Slowly, a few 7th years and Harry pointed their wand to the mysterious people. No one moved for a long time, until Dumbledore asked the question everyone had been thinking. Who are you, and what are you doing here? The tallest boy, with dark hair looked like he wanted to answer, very much so. He was blinking his eyes rapidly, trying to move from the strange spell the other one cast. Finally, one of girls began to fist her hands and spread apart. Blue-white energy went from her hand to counteract the shield. Yes, it worked, the one with electric blue eyes said. All of the others were on the floor, and she smiled evilly. This must be what caused everyone to aim their wands at her. Whoa, you don't need to throw those things at me. We're just trying to drop some one of. She turned to the pile of kids, all groaning loudly. Rachel. The girl, with a tiny face and enormous, red frizzy hair that almost covered her eyes, stood. Yes, Miss Talia, sir. Ma'am. Sorry. The boy with dark hair snorted. And the one named Talia turned on him. I wouldn't be snorting if I were you, Percy Jackson. This is all obviously your fault. Percy Jackson stood angrily, followed by the other two on his sides. My fault. How is this my fault? Quote. They all proceeded to argue loudly, completely forgetting that 300 people were staring at them open-mouthed. That was until Dumbledore decided to intervene. Excuse me, he said loudly. They didn't hear him. Excuse me. All 5 children fell silent. Please, explain what is going on. Or, I will have to not allow inside my school. He said, quite calmly. The one named Rachel widened her eyes and Hermione realized something. Rachel. Are you Rachel Elizabeth Dare, the one who was supposed to come last week? The bushy-haired girl asked directly. She nodded quickly. And I am so sorry that I missed it. See, it all started when the director of our camp told us we could go on vacation and I was just like, yeah. No more prophecy. Then we got there and it was like, woo. Until 2 days. Then it was all blah. There was this creepy girl named Happy who whacked Grover and then Talia was chatting with Teke, and it was so dull. Then the mail came, and we were all like, gimme. Gimme. Then Percy, who's too tall, grabbed and handed us our mail. I got a message from a Hermione J. Granger. She was just like, are you coming or not? I was just like, OMG. I totally forgot. Then, Nico says he and Percy can take us so with Percy we won't drown by shadow traveling and then the 3 of them. She pointed to Talia, Blondie, and Redhead Boy. Said that they wanted to come too. Then Nico was just like, we're not staying. And I'm just like, what? No way. Then Percy and Annabeth argued over school and we all were about to run into a tree when Mrs. O'Leary made us disappear by shadow traveling and we ended up here. She finished her story, gasping for breath. And most people had lost her at a creepy girl named Happy. I got none of that, and I was there. The blondie, who they assumed was Annabeth, said loudly. Rachel glared at her and took in a deep breath. See, it all started when the director of our camp told us we could go on vacation and I was just like, yeah. No more prophecy. Then we got there and it was like, woo. Until 2 days, then it was all blah. There was this creepy girl named Happy who whacked Grover and then Talia was chatting with Teke, and it was so dull. Then the mail came, and we were all like, gimme. Gimme. Then Percy. You don't need to say it again. They get it. We were late. I am not too tall. Yo. You forgot when Percy was afraid to go on the plane. We weren't arguing. Stop it. Roared a voice, everyone, including the teachers, jumped. The small boy, the one who passed out, stood up menacingly. You 5 really need to cut it out. Nico turned to the teachers. My name is Nico Diangelo. This is Annabeth Chase, Grover Underwood, Percy Jackson, Rachel Elizabeth Dare, and Talia Grace. Thankful that someone had taken charge. Dumbledore nodded at them. Then, Nico looked tired. There is no way I am shadow traveling anymore today, so we're going to have to stay with Rachel. Is that okay, sir? Albus Dumbledore had nothing to say to that. Here there were 6 children that were all asking if they could stay at a magical school where most of them had no magic whatsoever. He was already going to take in Miss Dare. And the Nico boys seemed magical enough. Talia, the energy she had used to break free. That meant the others could possibly be magical too. He would take them in. Yes, you may. The one named Annabeth smiled and took Percy's hand. They looked happy enough. It would be time to sort them. Percent 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 percent. It seemed almost scary. The man in charge had said we had to be sorted. What the heck was that supposed to mean? I didn't want us to get split up, especially Nico who was 3 years younger than we were. Now, Nico wasn't exactly short. But I couldn't see him passing for 16. Maybe 14, or 15 if he were lucky. Though technically he was in his 70s, I didn't feel the need to mention that to the teachers there. They led us towards a stool with an old hat on it. Then the older man began to speak. Normally, this is done in first year to find out what house you will be in. You try on the hat, and it will tell us which house you will be in. Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. We'll go in ABC order. Yes, Grover said loudly. Everyone looked at him, and he silenced himself. Blushing furiously, he got in the back of the line. I was in front of him. Talia in front of me, Nico in front of her, then Rachel, with Annabeth leading our 6-person line. And you are, Annabeth Chase. She nodded and shakingly sat down on the stool, sitting on her head. It was a while, with Annabeth widening her eyes a bit, before the hat finally said. Ravenclaw. Looking relieved, she walked to the table with the most cheering, LL of them in black robes with blue and bronze ties. She sat down next to a few girls, one of them a pretty Asian that looked directly at me and blinked both eyes. I turned slightly red and turned to Rachel, who was being sorted at that time. Hers took longer than Annabeth's, but finally the hat called out with a strong voice, Hufflepuff. The table farthest to the right erupted in noisy cheers, prompting Rachel to smile and walk quickly over. Nico was next, slowly walking up, obviously slightly afraid of the talking hat. He looked back and I winked at the 13-year-old. He scowled and walked faster to slip it on his head. A few minutes passed, with Nico looked extremely bored until finally. Slytherin. To the left, a table erupted in cheering, the one with a dark green banner above it. He walked over quietly, and I felt kind of nervous. Where would I be put? All of us had been separated so far. Talia went up quickly and sat down, crossing her legs and rolling her eyes in one straight movement. Gryffindor. Well, she was certainly the fastest. She punched me slightly in the arm as she stepped to the scarlet table behind us, the one with the girl who said she knew Rachel. My turn, yay. Ah, Perseus Jackson. A voice said to me, almost within my own head. What have we here? Oh. You are very special, aren't you, young boy? The power of the waves, within the palm of your hand, and also Achilles' curse. A great burden will come upon you here, and to help you with that task. Gryffindor R. I sighed with relief, and went to sit next to Talia at the table. I gave Grover a thumbs up when he was ready to sort. His took forever. He looked ready to fall asleep, and so did the rest of the school. I looked at him directly from our table and he mouthed. The voices are arguing. I covered my mouth not to laugh. And finally it was, Hufflepuff. Everyone, not just the Hufflepuffs, gave out a sigh of relief and a cheer for the last new, exchange student. Exchange student, blah. I wasn't going to trust any of these freak shows, why would I tell them my power? Just when they're getting warmed up, they'll stab me in the back. Literally. Third person, Harry Potter. Harry looked at his 2 closest friends. And then again at our new, exchange students. Oh please, like they were real exchange students. Everyone saw them just land in, and then the creepy dude who had that dark shield and then the older girl with the blue-white energy. What do you think? Harry asked Hermione. She scrunched up her face. Obviously, she was upset that 5 complete strangers and 1 late stud Ent were being permitted into Hogwarts without knowing a thing about them. I know what you're thinking, said Ron quickly, while stuffing food in his mouth. But he's Dumbledore. He can take care of himself. Though Ron probably didn't understand where Hermione and Harry were getting at, he had a good point. Dumbledore may have been whacked enough to trust Snape in Harry's opinion, but he was the only one you know who feared for a good reason. I wonder if the others have magical powers. Harry mused, bringing up another point in Hermione's head. Everything seemed very strange. So, the 2 new, exchange students, came over, causing a blanket of silence to creep over that part of the table. The one with black waves, and sea green eyes and the girl with electric blue eyes, who had used he strange silver energy during their welcome ceremony. We're both 16, what grade would that be? The boy said, uncertainly, and kept looking at the girl for support. Parvati Patil smiled to them. That's 6th year. Most of us are 6th year around here. She obviously was oblivious to everyone moving their hands back and forth. There's Seamus, Dean, Neville, Lavender, Hermione, Coral, Ron, and Harry Potter. The girl frowned. Wait. All of you have the last name Potter. Parvati blinked. No. But she pointed to the raven-haired boy. You know, Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. They both shrugged. Guess he's not as famous in New York City. The boy said, while the girl whispered something in his ear. He laughed. Yeah, I can see that Talia. Talia sat down next to Coral Summers. A fellow sixth-year girl with them. She stared, and scooted slightly away, just as the food began to appear on the table. Whoa, cool. Talia yelped, staring in awe at all of the food. The boy also looked surprised. Come on Percy. I haven't been out of the hunters or camp since. She fell silent, then noticing all the eyes on her and Percy. Why are you all staring at us? Do we have something in our teeth? Percy said, looking strangely at them. Then he looked at his plate. Oh. Talia reached in her back pocket, and slipped out a match. We don't really have a real fire, but I don't think our parents will mind. She signaled Annabeth, Grover, Rachel, and with some trouble, Nico. The small boy could make fire on his own, but Annabeth always carried around matches in case. All four burned a slight bit of their food. Much to the others' shock. What are they doing? Ron whispered to Harry, seeing some of his beloved food go to waste. Why are those two weirdos burning part of their food? And what are those stick things that they're burning? Hermione heard him. They're called matches. Muggles light them to create fire, and I'm not sure why they're burning food. Soon, the food eventually disappeared. All 6 of the new students were full and happy, ready to sleep wherever they would sleep that night. Dumbledore stood, silencing the hall as he did so. Thank you, thank you. Today we all welcome 6 new wizards to our home. Please, treat them as though they have been here forever. Mr. Jackson, Miss Grace, Miss Chase, Miss Dare, and Mr. Underwood will be in their 6th year while Mr. Diangelo will be in 5th year. If you can help them catch up in any areas, that would be wonderful. Now, all of you, good night. Percy Pav. Every student rose, exiting the great hall in an explosion of noise. A black mob seemed to move as one towards the exit. I ran to find the others, within the masses of chaos. I grabbed Annabeth, Grover, Rachel, and obviously Talia before finding Nico muttering to himself. Sorry you're not in the same year as us. I said, sympathetically. He shrugged, it's cool, I'm glad I could pass as 15 at least. I'm sure everyone's going to be commenting on how short I am. All of us laughed, moving through the crowd. We're not telling anyone anything, got it? I said, suddenly serious. They're already suspecting you too because you used your powers. I'm not saying, I said quickly, as Talia and Nico began to protest, that I wasn't glad you saved everyone else's lives, but we need to act as wizardly as possible. Let's hope we get those stick things tomorrow. Break. We all went off in our own directions, hoping to latch onto someone who knew where each of our bedrooms were. After hugging Annabeth goodnight, I went with Talia to follow Harry, Ron, and Hermione that we had met a while ago. Do you mind showing us where our rooms are? Talia said politely. The one called Ron shot us a mean look but Harry smiled. Yeah, Percy. You're with us in our dormitory, Talia. You're with Hermione. We looked at each other and followed our tour guides to an enormous painting of a plump lady in light pink robes. Password. I gasped, she was talking. Talia rubbed her eyes, making sure that she was hallucinating. Ron smirked at our faces. Weatherby. The painting swung open, revealing scarlet sofas and a roaring fire that warmed the room and seemed to make the carpet softer. There were 2 doors, and we both split up to follow our own gender. Ron and Harry led me to a door marked 6th years. I went in, and was met by the faces of Seamus, Neville, and Dean. Though I wasn't sure which was which. Welcome, Harry said, yawning simultaneously. It looks like your stuff is all here, and then some robes and books and stuff. Wow. Are you sure Dumbledore didn't know you were coming? I nodded and slipped into my pajamas that I had packed for Florida. Time to go to bed, but of course I had another demigod dream. That night, I had successfully not broken anything while going to bed. All of the other Slytherins weren't exactly friendly to me, but I was okay with that. The most annoying 2 were in the others' year, Crabbe and Goyle. I could tell they were stupid because they were listening to this prick Draco Malfoy. He acted like he owned the school, but I saw right through him. I was rather good at that. Anyway, at last I was getting some sleep after shadow traveling 5 other people across an ocean and inside a castle. Then of course I saved their freaking lives, absolutely normal. Hey new kid, where are you lot from? The voice came from a tall and mean-looking boy who was obviously 2 years older than me already, plus I was extremely short. The planet Neptune. 4 more boys came over, one of them looking shocked. Really? That's so you're lying. I rolled my eyes. Well duh, I'm from the States. You know, America. In the underworld, and a magical casino that prevents you from getting older because I was born 70 years ago. Not that I told them that. Cool. The second boy breathed, then noticing the other boy's looks. I mean, that is so lame. England is far cooler than the States of America United. Were all the people in this school this dumb? It's the United States of America, Andrew. You are so idiotic sometimes. The first one was obviously like this Malfoy character, snotty and thinking that they owned the world. He turned to me. My name is Hartford Frederick Hammerstein Colbert. You may know my father as a duke, or my grandfather as a count. I tried not to roll my eyes. You may know my father as the guy who can kill people, and a god too. I didn't really say that. Well anyway Nico, good night. Andrew said brightly, turning to find his bed. He didn't seem very smart. But why exactly was he a Slytherin? Well, it meant ambitious and cunning. I better watch out. Someone dimmed the lights, and I slipped under the thick green blanket. Much better than sleeping in the underworld. But still kind of scary. None of us knew anything about this place, and I was pretending to be 15. Oh yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Percy Pa. That morning, I got up around 7. At camp. This would be considered late, so of course I was the only one awake. I got dressed in the long, black robes that were next to me. Then I noticed a schedule next to me, so obviously. I read it aloud to find out exactly what this magical school was all about. %. Perseus Jackson, Gryffindor 6th year. 8 o'clock. Great Hall opens. 9 o'clock to 10:25. Transfiguration. 10:30 to 11:55. Potions. 12 o'clock. Lunch. 1 o'clock to 3:55. Defense against the dark arts double. 7 o'clock. Dinner. 9:30. Library closed. 10 o'clock. Lights out. %. This was only today, it had several sheets of parchment attached to it. Yes, I did say parchment. I sighed and looked at what else was given to me. Books, a hat, gloves, more robes, a tie, gray fleece clothing, even more robes, a few pieces of money, a few more robes, some boots, and a note. The note was written in thin, loopy writing and signed Albus Dumbledore. I opened it up with a sigh. More reading. Dear Mr. Jackson, please come to my office, along with Miss Grace to try out a few wands out. Mr. D'Angelo, Mr. Underwood, and Miss Chase will join you. Albus Dumbledore. Wands. Was he serious? Sweet. I left the dorm and went over to the common room to wait for Talia. She of course, was already there. Reading a book found in the tall shelves. Good morning sleepyhead, she said dryly, slamming the novel closed and meeting my eyes. You're up late. I know, but I also got a note. A note? That explains so much seaweed brain. Talia smirked and I rolled my eyes. The Dumbledore dude said we're gonna get wand today, we're supposed to head over. Talia looked at me and we both nodded. Sort of a secret code for, let's do this. The stone halls were silent, far unlike last night. Talia and I wondered for a bit, until we remembered that neither one of us had any idea where his office was. Talia was the first to spot a teacher and I recognized her as the one that led sorting. Excuse me, Professor. She turned sharply, as if we were doing something wrong by being awake this early. Yes, Mr. Jackson and Miss Grace, am I correct? We both nodded politely as she continued to stare at us. Yes. Talia took charge. Professor Dumbledore left us a note saying that we needed to come see him in his office. Could you please tell us where that is? She looked slightly unconvinced, but nodded. Go down these stairs, through that hallway, around that, above that, and you'll be there. I have no idea where his office is. We said our thanks and took off towards the direction she had pointed. Non-surprisingly, the castle was hard to navigate through. Surprisingly, we only got lost twice before reaching a door that seemed grand enough to be the headmaster's. It, however, was flanked by 2 stone gargoyles that somehow looked menacing. If something made of stone can scare you. How exactly are we supposed to get in? Talia asked slowly, as if I knew the answer. I don't know. Both of us jumped, and Annabeth took her cap off, looking frustrated. I've been here for 10 minutes. They just won't let me in. Hey you guys. I'm sure you can guess which 3 people, 2 people, 1 hybrid were. The 6 of us together tried saying things, punching it, shadow traveling in. Shooting it with bolts of lightning. Guess what? It didn't work. Finally, the steps swiveled down. We all gaped, even Talia, who sees bears dancing the Tonga on a regular basis. Don't ask. Dumbledore seemed to emit authority. You could tell that power was seeping through his aura, yet he simply smiled when he saw us. Sorry about all of this, I suppose I forgot to tell you the password. Password? You have got to be kidding me. Rachel muttered, completely annoyed by lack of sleep. Dumbledore led us up the stairs, and then they started to move. No, not escalator-like, since it too was made from stone. But it spiraled upward and into the door with a griffin. Get it? Griffin door, Griff, never mind. So, I expect you all slept well. None of us answered. Years of trainee ing and battling Kronos have taught us to let the other guy explain it first. Good. Anyways, since you are in a magical school, you should have wands to let your magical core seep through. They will make performing magic easier. And act as your arm during classes. Except for you, Miss Dare, I do believe all of you have magical cores. Am I correct? No one answered. I thought so. Now. He clapped his hands together. Time to try you out for wands. Our wand maker brought in a few hundred for you to try. Go ahead, find one that you think is right. I walked around, picking up a few, but nothing seemed to feel good. I like the look, or the smell, or the length of others, but not all at once. Annabeth was the first to find one. Oh, she said, surprised. The minute she touched one, it let out a few bronze sparks. We all froze, and the old man's face turned into a smile. Well done. Let's see, dragon heartstring 10/2 an inch, cherry wood. You may have this until you decide to leave. Actually, just keep it. Now go on. All the rest of you. Eventually, I was the only one who hadn't found a wand. Grover's was 11/2 an inch, vine, and unicorn hair. Talia had oak, 11 inches, and unicorn hair. Nico's was yew, 9.5 inches. And phoenix feather. I had literally tried every wand. Twice. But none of them seemed to work, until Dumbledore finally found one in a corner. Ollivander said I might need this one. It's not one of usual wands. 12 inches, willow, and 1 thread of mermaid's hair. As soon as it brushed my fingers, beams of green-blue light appeared in the room, as if I was underwater. I caught Annabeth's eye. This wasn't by coincidence. However, it was too late to do anything about it. Breakfast was going to be over in 15 minutes, and then there were classes. Fortunately, we had all brought our belongings to Dumbledore's meeting, and we all raced to the Great Hall. Thankfully, there seemed to be at least 30 students already in there. We all split for different tables, and I found myself sitting next to Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley, if I remembered right. Good morning, I said politely, while stuffing my face with pancakes and maple syrup. They immediately whipped around, uncannily like the professor we had met before. When did you get here? The one called Ron said rudely. Like, 5 seconds ago. He looked relieved. Good, I thought that you overheard us talking about Ron. The girl, Hermione, hit him and he stopped talking. I tried to pretend that I didn't hear a word they said, but the trio continued talking in hushed tones. Even my so amazing ears couldn't catch anything. But eventually, I had finished with breakfast and it was time for my first class, Transfiguration. I asked Hermione which way the classroom was and what I needed. It's down this hall, up those 2 flights of stairs, and around the left corner. You'll need your wand, parchment and quill, and then Advanced Transfiguration and the Standard Book of Spells, grade 6. I looked in the small bag that Dumbledore had provided us, now noticing why it was so heavy. It had these 2, plus 2 other, books inside. And 2 bottles of ink, 1 blue and 1 black, place us a bundle of parchment and a case for my new wand. Thanks, is that where you're going? She nodded brightly, and I followed them 3 to the exit. I motioned for Talia, Annabeth, and Grover. Rach. Elle wasn't taking any non-theory subjects, except divination. Well duh. They all followed me, along with several more students, with Hermione Granger leading the way and taking us towards our first class at a magical school. Yeah, totally normal. Soon, we reached a tall door that was slightly open with a few students already in their seats. The professor was the same one that we saw earlier, and nodded with recognition. We stood awkwardly, we weren't sure if anyone else were coming or not. You, Mr. Jackson, Miss Grace, Mr. Underwood, and Miss Chase, may sit at these 4 desks. We took our positions, and pulled out advanced transfiguration as everyone else did. Our teacher, Professor McGonagall, cleared her throat. As you can see, we have 4 students joining our classes. Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, Grover Underwood, and Talia Grace. They will be starting where we started and will be taking a few extra classes to keep them here, at your level. Now, please turn to page 24 and read the page on the spell. I turned quickly, and found to my dismay that the books were not in ancient Greek. The words were moving, and rearranging themselves so much, my head felt like it was going to explode. I heard Annabeth moaning behind me, and Talia breathing heavily. Only Grover seemed engrossed in the book. My loving girlfriend raised her hand. Excuse me, but me and these 2 have problems reading this book. We 3 have dyslexia and... The teacher sighed. Agnosco Libri. As if by magic. Well, it was by magic, the words translated themselves into Greek, and we all smiled. Anna jotted down what she heard from our teacher, so she could do that for Nico and all of our other books later. Chapter 3. How to Disillusion Objects. First you must concentrate on the object, following the rules as stated in the year 1415 by the scholar Sir Edmund von Trapp. The laws clearly state that the energy pointed towards the spell that you use must be less than the energy described as the spell was written. You must then decide how large or small your object is. Smaller than a breadbox will result in subtracting additional energy, otherwise imploding as too much energy will overload your spell. Which may not happen with lesser spells, but most assuredly this one. Even with it in ancient Greek, I still couldn't understand half of what was being said. Annabeth in front of me was taking notes in her perfect cursive. But my other 2 friends didn't seem to get much of it either. I looked around, and immediately felt better. Hermione Granger, and 2 other Ravenclaws were the only ones writing down notes. Everyone else just looked confused. Professor McGonagall looked as though she had expected this and began to talk, not quickly, but fast enough so that I could only write half of what she said. Please copy the diagram on page 25 that shows a god stance to hold when trying to disillusion objects smaller than a breadbox. That is important, smaller. You should start off with a C. MPLE jab and continue in a clockwise direction, circling your wand and finally stating the indication. End please with an upward tilt at an angle, but still facing the object. She demonstrated slightly, pointing her wand towards Brick, and saying, Evanui res. It turned invisible, though still casting a slight shadow, and when she flicked her wand again, it was back. I couldn't what to try, but apparently it was harder than was expected, because no one, not even Miss Perfect at Everything Granger, had gotten it. When 10:25 rolled around and the bell rang, Professor McGonagall pointed to the board. Here is your homework. It is due during our next class, on Wednesday. Practice this spell, also read up on Sir Edmund von Trapp, and complete an essay on the different ways to disillusion objects. And which one works best for different objects, 1 full page of parchment. Good day. We all left, me feeling slightly lightheaded, towards potions. This was only our first class and we were getting more homework than I usually got during a week at normal school. Well, that rules out fighting monsters tonight. Have you ever been so tired, you couldn't think or speak or move or breath? Well, I hope not, because then you'd be reading from a coffin. Breath people. Breath. Anyway, this is what I felt like after classes today. We only had 3, but the last one was a double and most assuredly the worst. It was taught by an absolute jerk who took points away from our house because we didn't have our homework. Hello. New kid anyone? Then he made us do nonverbal spells, and didn't even notice when all of us got them right. Then, he gave detention to Ron Weasley for standing up to Hermione Granger after he insulted her. And to top it off, we got twice as much homework from him than any other teacher. You ask what his name was. Perhaps Kronos come back from the dead, or a monster in disguise. Nope. Professor Severus Snape. And as Ron put it, a asterisk 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 asterisk. Hey, that was pretty funny when it happened. Before that was potions. Something that Rachel could attend to. Our teacher was a Professor Slughorn, who rather resembled a walrus, though bald and slightly more overweight than any others. Welcome to our 5 exchange students. He cried jubilantly, here are your new books. Now, I warn you. This class is rather difficult and only the most faint-hearted can see the path. I blinked and exchanged a look with Annabeth. Okay. Please sit down, let me see. Miss Dare, Mr. Jackson, Miss Chase, Miss Grace, and Miss Underwood. Good, please turn to page 19 and create the potion. We studied it last week. So I'm afraid we can't do a review. You can let anyone help you, or perhaps Mr. Potter or Miss Granger. They are quite excellent in this subject. On with it now, class. I really had no idea what to do. Until Rachel read the instructions next to me. Sounds like cooking. Cooking. Grover moaned, I hate cooking. And look. There are dead animal parts, I'm a vegetarian. But it wasn't as though we had any other choice. I stared into the boiling water in my cauldron and reached out a knife. Let's do this. 1 hour and 30 minutes later, we were all done. The book said it was supposed to be a faint mix of yellow, gold, and chartreuse. I wasn't exactly sure what color chartreuse was, but mine didn't look right. It was a dark brown and bubbling menacingly. Rachel's was pale yellow, almost white in some places, and couldn't get it to darken. Talia was beating her potion, which had hardened, with a stick found on the ground. Grover had given up after it turned blue. Annabeth's looked fine. Hers was a yellow-gold color and was actually still liquid, so it was obvious which subject she excelled in. Mediocre class, we may try again later in the year. For you homework, please figure out why your potion did what it did. Too much stirring. Forgetting a line. Not chopping an ingredient. I want 7 inches, and write at a good size please. The bell rang shrilly, and it meant we could finally leave. Yes, good day to all of you. Study hard, there may be a quiz at the end of this week. Percent 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 percent. That was torture. Talia moaned. Torture, I tell you. Torture. The 2 of us were in the Gryffindor common room, with books piled high next to us, and unfinished homework around us. I know, I've been reading for 30 minutes and still don't know what a Dementor is. This is insane. We've been here for 24 hours and they've assigned us as much homework that I get in a month. Maybe we could help. The trio of students that seemed to be following us came over and sat down. Wow, Ron said, looking at both of our essays, which were in Greek. I don't think any of the teachers will be able to understand that. Talia shrugged. Better than us trying to write English, seriously better. We're both dyslexic, and writing in Greek helps. We nodded and Hermione peered over our essay, wand above her. The words changed into English for a moment. Then switched back. Nice spell. Thanks. Hermione kept reading. Wow, you seriously don't know what a Dementor is. I thought everyone knew, they're not exactly inconspicuous. Harry's mouth dropped open and Ron raised his brows. Then how did you understand half of what Snape said in the lesson? It was all about Dementors. We didn't, I admitted, but we still took notes. And we could do the homework if we could just know what they were. They're horrible dark creatures, Harry said finally, after a brief pause of silence. They make you feel as though you'll never be happy again. They guard the wizarding prison. Azkaban. I involuntarily shuddered. Sounded like something Kronos would use or any other monster I've defeated. Oh, great. There were still monsters, even across a magical barrier. So, I guess we can finish our homework now, at least for defense. We still have to practice that stupid invisibility spell, write 2 more essays, read up on some guy, and then finish Snape's homework. I wish I were Rachel, at least she's only doing theory subjects. Oh, that reminds me. Hermione jumped up and grabbed a bundle of papers that she had brought down with her. I told her to meet me in the library, we're going to study the past history of magic in 1000 years. She sped out and I held in a snort. Scratch that, don't want to be Rachel right now. Talia giggled. As we both got back to our extreme homework. Poor Rachel. Percent 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 percent. Nico's paw. I was extraordinarily annoyed right now, so incredibly much. So amazingly I got a letter from my dad. Here's something how it went. Dear Nico. What? You're at a magical school. In England. That is the most hold on, actually that's right. Never mind, that's perfectly fine. I do wish you were here, the most ridiculous thing happened. Some idiot decided to figure out all the ways you could murder a turtle with a waffle iron. I am dead serious here. Then the idiot accidentally killed himself with a toaster. How you ask? Because the mortal police were coming after him because of animal abuse. Today is not my day. Anyway, I hope you come home soon. Because Persephone just made waffles with chocolate chips and they taste somewhat like turtle. However, I do have some news. Beware a man called Tom Riddle. He has evaded death before, and therefore inducing my wrath. From Hades, Lord of Death your father. Well, though I had few laughs while reading the letter, I decided to hide it. No one needed to know the truth. Not yet. Andrew, the ditzy bee. Oi Slytherin had been following me around like a lovesick puppy. I was starting to get just a tiny bit pissed. Alright, very pissed. Could you please study anywhere else? I growled, when he was watching me while I did the abnormal homework this place gave out. Apparently, I was in my owl year. Though, I wasn't exactly sure what that meant. I was wondering if we could study together. He said brightly, causing me to massage my temples and put on a happy face. Actually I was. Awesome. Wait, I didn't. But Andrew had already sped off, causing me to sigh in frustration and continue walking towards the library. I was going there anyway. Sadly, my favorite spot had already been occupied by 3 people. I recognized them as in my year, but nothing else. A girl with dark red hair looked up and scowled. What do you want? Quote. She asked rudely, and I felt slightly out of it. I came over here to study and do homework. She sniffed. Well duh, but why are you at this table? I barely got to say anything before. God. Stop staring. Come on Luna, Colin. Let's go somewhere else. I found my voice and spoke up. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but I didn't think I did anything to upset you. The main girl glared at me. You're a Slytherin. What does that have anything to do with it? They're just placements. The boy piped up. Yeah, but all Slytherins are evil and creepy and mini Death Eaters. That is so stereotypical. That's like saying all Hufflepuffs like cooking, all Ravenclaws are nerds, and all Gryffindors all love the color red. Slytherin is only described as ambitious and cunning. That has nothing to do with being evil. All 3 were silent, mouths slightly open. The redhead tried to speak. That means, that doesn't. You're right Nico Diangelo. That is very clever of you, and I apologize. Ginny. Colin. The last girl spoke calmly and with a serene air about he, looking softly at her 2 friends. They shifted, uncomfortable, until Ginny sighed. Sorry. Colin also spoke. Yeah, me too. Want to come study with us? I could use a partner. I briefly remembered that Andrew was going to study with me, then I saw him annoying 2 other 5th years and I smiled. Cool. Percent 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 percent. Harry Potter, Third Paw. After talking to Talia and Percy, both Ron and Harry went on a walk to discuss. Neither trusted any of the exchange students, seeing as they didn't even know what Dementors were. What were their names again? Annabeth, Grover, Talia, Percy, then Rachel and Nico. The one that they trusted the least was Nico. Everyone saw him do that crazy shadow stuff. Plus he was a Slytherin. They were all evil. So, what do you think? Ron said finally, awakening Harry out of his thoughts. Death Eaters, vampires, fairies, Anchor people, or just normal kids? I'm going with the second one. Harry burst out laughing, and started to choke on the gum he was chewing. Vampires. Are you serious? Nah, they're probably going to be Death Eater's kids or something. Especially that Nico kid. Ron nodded. Yeah, it's all very different, you know. American and such, strange though. I didn't think that, he began to whisper here. You know who had spread that far yet, maybe they're normal. Harry almost smiled. Since when have American exchange students been normal? They both continued talking for a while, but then stopped. When one of the exchange students herself walked in, along with Hermione. Your friend is very tiring, she said, sighing loudly. She sat down next to the brunette girl and proceeded to lie down on the table. She sat up again though. When nobody. I'm Rachel, Rachel Elizabeth Dare. Hufflepuff, exchange student, non-magical. Rachel held out a hand to both, crisscrossing. You're Ron, and Harry. Right. A few of the others were talking about you, said something about being famous. That's interesting I suppose, but I wouldn't like it much. I like collecting and things like that more, ya know. Harry blinked. Sorry if I offended you or anything, but that's just what I think. Hermione started to speak, collecting. Like, Rachel beamed. For art projects, you know. Like, last week some other friends painted in different colors and did different messages, it was so cool. We raised $378.68, it was insane. Ron cleared his throat. You're not magical. I got stuck there. Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, Ronald. I did tell you. She's a seer. Rachel cut in, not skipping a beat when they stared at her. It's true, I'm in the Oracle. Ron snorted. Of course you are. And Coral Summers will ask me out in 3 days. Rachel blinked, and her eyes grew into a brighter green. Don't be so sure about that, but not with the witch you believe. Her voice was misty and sounded like it belonged to someone else, then it stopped. She closed her eyes again. Sorry, that happens a lot. What did I say? Ron looked silent. Nothing, he said finally, looking confused but happy. Yes, definitely happy. Hermione scowled, and Harry just looked bemused. Oh look, there's some of my friends. I don't think you've met them, Grover and Annabeth. They're great. One blonde witch with ringlets and one redhead wizard with acne came over, each carrying a few books. Hey Rachel, Annabeth said distractedly. I was just looking up a few extra facts for my essay, those Dementors sound like the worst things in the world. But Padma Patil said something about thee being an amazing book in the library around here. Grover rolled his eyes. I got dragged along, June wanted me to write to her. About the school. If the other trio realized anything, they hid it well. Grover pulled out some green ink and a leaf of parchment. Won't Clarice get a kick out of this? He muttered, writing hurriedly. Parchment, what is this? The 1800s. Hermione glanced over. Are you writing to your school back in America? That sounds interesting, or all 6 of you from there. Annabeth widened her eyes. Yeah, Camp Hav Bloody, it's in New York. Grover let out a snort, and the others stared. Sorry. He coughed, I have something in my throat. Harry thought he heard Annabeth call him a stupid goat. But he must have been imagining things. The 3 stood and moved silently, beginning to discuss. Hermione frowned. Camp Hav Bloody. I've never heard of that. Ron laughed. Are you thick, Hermione? They obviously made it up. That Annabeth isn't very good at lying, at least not to Fred and George's level. Anyone in our family can tell if people are lying, and she wasn't even doing a good job. But they had to go to school somewhere, and it's obviously important. Hermione gaped at him. Wow Ron, that was smart. Very smart. Ron scowled. Don't sound so surprised. Deep within the murky depths of an unknown building, in an unknown place, figures stood conversing quietly. Only 2 figures spoke, the rest were huddled within the shadows. You believe you can get in there? Very likely, I have tried and failed. The man said, his face resembling a snake and his voice cold as ice. The woman next to him smiled coldly. wearing a pair of pure black sunglasses and an odd turban of some sorts. They believe we are nothing more than legends, stories told. And we have our reasons. She gestured towards the group of figures, monsters, behind her. The man he destroyed me, he is in the castle. I will kill him, no matter the cost, but we may assist each other. A partnership, yes. If you want to be a master, and torture us, I will simply remove my glasses and destroy you. Deal. The man thought long and hard. This was going against his former plan, but that was unlikely to succeed anyway. Yes, I will. Good. The nasty lady clapped her hands. Then the alliance of darkness is formed, to destroy all that gets in our way. I shall not be killed another time, Perseus Jackson. Care. A pop quiz. I whispered to Talia on my left. During defense against the dark arts. Don't we have a test on Friday? You. Stop whispering, shouted Snape, a strange victory on his face as he handed out the tests. Now class. You must have all 30 questions answered by the end of the class period or fail the entire thing. Go. I sighed and turned over the booklet. Yes, I said booklet. 1. In what city did Sir Heinz Coltrane take over on March 4, 1789? 2. Who discovered the second way to attack fire worms? All the way down to 30. What is the supposed Greek monster whose hair is made of snakes? I froze, seriously. I knew that answer. I killed her. I looked through the rest of the test. There were a few questions about Greek mythology on there. Had we covered that while I took my numerous bathroom breaks? 17. Who is the mother of all monsters, told in Muggle schools as mythology? Echidna. Wow, I stole a glance at the rest of the room. Most of the lesser students looked like they were frozen in time. Grr. LS like Hermione looked slightly confused. My Annabeth, yeah, I called her my Annabeth. Deal with it. Smiled and was scribbling furiously. I wrote down every answer I knew and made up a few along the way. When the final bell rang, I wrote my name. I grinned when I gave him the test. Him looked suspiciously at me, and me and my friends all left the building. Okay, Elvis style. Sure. What was with those questions? I actually think I might just have probably passed this time. Maybe. I'm not sure. Oh whatever, I probably failed it. That was Talia. Calm down, Talia. Geez, you're giving me a headache. Annabeth looked extremely annoyed and I wasn't the only one to notice. Talia looked extremely taken aback. Gosh, sorry Annabeth. Didn't mean to freak you out, what's up? Annabeth sighed and I put my arm around her. She smiled appreciatively. It's just there's this horrible girl in Ravenclaw with me. She's a year older, but is so annoying. What's her name? Grover asked curiously. Annabeth spit it out with venom. Cho. Hi Percy. I jumped up and almost pulled out Riptide before noticing that an extremely pretty Asian girl was standing there with a disgruntled girl behind her. I'm Cho Chong. I didn't know you were friends with Annabelle here. She giggled somewhat flirtatiously and I was seriously considering pulling out my sword. My name's Annabeth. Oops. So sorry. Was it me? Or was she getting closer? I backed away. Yeah. Did you just come to insult Annabeth here? Or did you want to talk to us? Cho looked taken aback but then crossed her arms. Yeah, I have a message. Some short guy in Slytherin handed it to me, told me to give it to you. Paid me 5 galleons for it, so here. She handed me a loose scroll tied off with what looked like dental floss. Thanks. Cho giggled again and batted her eyelashes. No problem, it was my pleasure. She and the other girl waltzed off, giggling to each other. I sighed with defeat and opened the scroll. Dear Percy, Annabeth, Grover, Talia, and possibly Rachel. My dad sent me a letter the other day containing information on someone we should look out for. He goes by the name of Tom Riddle. I'll show you the letter tonight. Meet me on the 3rd corridor, that locked room on the left, at midnight. Annabeth, try and be invisible. Then you wouldn't get in trouble if we get caught. Don't let anyone come. Be careful. Nico. He's telling us to be careful. Is he kidding? Grover exclaimed loudly. Annabeth shook her head. No, he's just being safe. Let's do it. The others looked at me and I nodded. Midnight. But now it's time to go. Once the others left, Talia and I alone walked up to the tower. So Seaweed Brain, she said conversationally, as we reached the portrait. Did Annabeth ask you anything, interesting? About Halloween? And a party? And you? And her? And a Halloween party. Nope. Talia slapped her face. Oh come on, I know she did. Did you say no? No. You've been gaga over her for like ever. I turned to her, extremely confused. Oh what are you talking about? Talia looked as though Luke had come back to life and was joining the circus. Why? Oh you seriously don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Am I supposed to? Yes. Talia yelled, attracting the attention of almost everyone in the common room. Go check the notice board and maybe you'll see why that Chong chick was flirting with you. I walked over and saw a dull orange piece of paper that had gold letters on it. Halloween dance, Great Hall on Halloween night. Girls asked guys. Dress up. I stared at it for a few moments before realizing what Talia meant. And Cho. And Annabeth. You're kidding, right? She's going to try and ask me. And so is Cho. Wow, that is so soap opera-esque. Talia rolled her eyes. Well no matter what I say about it, they both obviously think you're good enough for them. Just be glad Rachel isn't included in this. Rachel was into me. AHG. Boys are so clueless. Talia threw her arms up in defeat and stormed up to her dormitories. I was left alone, until both Ron and Harry came over to me. Hey Percy, so I guess you heard about the dance thing. Ron said glumly, looking extraordinarily down. The whole girls ask guys thing is really a bummer. Yeah, Harry said annoyed. I've been asked by Romilda Vane 5 times, she just won't say no. He didn't say that like he is stuck up or anything, like extremely creepy Malfoy kid, just extremely annoyed at the establishment. I feel like that a lot. I really hate dances. Harry finished, looking moody. Ron nodded his head eagerly. Girls expect you to ask them and get all nervous and scared and then stutter it out and then pick out some ball gown that costs half as much as their hairdo. I agreed and we all sat down on red plush sofas. Girls are so complicated. True. Completely. Just then, one of the giggling girls I had seen at the Great Hall came over. She had tight blonde, brown curls and a fluffy pink sweater over her black robe. She was also wearing fuzzy boots that I recognized as Uggs. Hey Ron. Her voice was filled with sugar and candy. I had heard girls trying to do that several times. Influence you or something. Ron appeared to have not noticed. Well, I was just wondering, she said with an air of fake shyness. Do you, want to go? Do you, want to go to the Halloween dance with me? You know, since it's girl ask guys. Ron looked pleased. Okay. That sounds great. Lavender beamed with delight. OMG. That sounds so fabulous, ta-ta. I cannot wait. Harry and I both stared at him, he having a positively gaga face on. I rolled my eyes, this had happened before, to several of the guys I knew at camp. I tried not to go nuts over Annabeth. That didn't usually turn out well for anyone. Annabeth respected that, she said that if I started slacking her or watching her sleep, she read Twilight right before this we would probably have to break up for both of our sanity's sakes. Ron stood up, looking happier, and leaving. It was just me and Harry, we both sighed. So, who do you want to go with? I asked him, and he blushed lightly. Looking up at the ceiling. He was silent for a few minutes. I let him have his daydreams. Then a smallish, fifth-year girl walked up to us. Oh, hi Harry. Could you just? No, I will not go to the dance with you. He said very loudly. The girl looked insulted. I was just trying to get my bag. She pointed over his shoulder to a bright pink bag with, Anna, on it in cursive letters. Harry blushed and tried to stammer out an apology while, Anna, spun on her foot and marched up the staircase calling out somebody named, Jenny Weasley. Harry looked exasperated and finally slouched down in his seat. I hate this. I really hate this. Percent. Nico Pav, Halloween night. I hate this, I really hate this. Annabeth groaned, wearing a pale orange dress, sleeveless, and her golden hair lying down flat. She was currently complaining about her 3-inch heels that Talia had lent her. Percy honestly doesn't care what I wear. She grumbled loudly. I sighed. While that might be true, she couldn't show up in her jeans and orange Camp Half-Blood t-shirt. Somehow, We had all found dates for the dance. Well, except Talia, who didn't want to induce Artemis's wrath. And Grover, who was dating Juniper back home. Rachel had asked a she-ish boy in Gryffindor, whose name was Neville something. Percy and Annabeth were obviously going together, so the final person was me. Yeah, me. I was going with a tiny Gryffindor 5th year named Anna. I wasn't sure why she asked me, but she was friendly enough. Here we are. Joining us was Harry Potter's date. The actually very nice Luna Lovegood Fro Ravenclaw. Harry told me the password. She looked very clearly at the fat lady. For the greater good. Strange password. I thought to myself, Ling with the nice shirt I was wearing and with my school robes over it. Like I was about to wear a dress with Talia and her camera phone still existing. Harry, Anna, Neville, and Percy were all waiting for us. Harry was donning bottle green robes and looked like he would rather be on Mars. Neville the same, though his robes had a bluish tint. Anna had on a skirt and a pretty shirt. Nothing that nice. Percy had taken the same route as me, school robes and green top. Annabeth didn't seem to mind. You look great now, let's go, she said, tugging on his arm. They both laughed and slouched by the wall to wait for us. I smiled at Anna and she smiled back. We then both began to talk about school. See, we don't need romance at a time like this. Harry and Luna, Rachel and Neville seemed the same way. Dances. Seriously. This is ridiculous. I scoffed to myself. Percy heard me and winked. Damn him for being older than me. Yeah, I just cussed. Deal with it. I know. Anna agreed quietly, as we both walked to the Great Hall. Without holding hands. At all. On our way, we passed a tall red-head boy and a not-so-pretty girl. It was what she was wearing that made me stop. 5-inch heels, white gloves, gold-heavy jewelry. A feathery pink dress with lace, and her hair in an enormous bun over her head. Lavender, you look interesting, was all Harry was able to say to the girl. Ron, you coming? In a minute. Yes, Ronnie Pooh. I got you a present, wasn't? Don't love it. You have to love it. Thanks so much. We turned the corner before I could hear any more. Poor kid, imagine what he's going through. The dance wasn't actually half bad. I know. Me. Thinking a dance isn't half bad. Insane. The lights were dull and orange, a few people dancing, but most sitting on bench. In clumps with their friends and or dates. I sat with my own friends, and thankfully Anna found someone she knew because she sped off. Rachel was dancing with the Neville kid and it was demigods alone. Do you still want to meet up later? Annabeth whispered. I mean, I'm guessing you didn't bring the letter from your dad. I thought that people would be staring, we'd have to be dancing, you know, that kinda thing. But yeah, this party ends at 11, and all the teachers will be cleaning up at midnight. It's perfect. Talia looked shocked. Wow, that's actually really smart. I scowled at her. Dumbledore was wearing midnight blue robes, streaked with stars, and wand held high. Happy Halloween. Several of the students cheered and Dumbledore gave a quiet chuckle as silence once again fell over the area. I hope you are all having a wonderful time, this is quite the event. We have never done this before and I hope that you will like to do it again in the future. Meanwhile, this party is over at 10 for those 4th year and younger, while 5th, 6th, and 7th years may stay until 11. They all looked at me and I grinned evilly. I'm a 5th year, remember. I may be 13 in real life, but they don't need to know that. I still don't know why you're pretending to be 15 anyway, wouldn't being a 3rd year be hard enough? I wanted to be closer to you lot. You lot. Percy laughed at my British talk. Who taught you that? A creepy kid named Andrew in my year. Follows me around like a puppy. Annabeth frowned. He could be a monster in disguise. Be careful, Nee. I cut her off. Yeah. I'm not dumb. Before Grover or Percy could make a joke about that, I stood up and walked quickly over to the next table to find some punch. Yay. Who doesn't love pink-colored drinks? I walked by the table where Harry Potter, the redhead named Ron, sat. A rather plain witch with bushy brown hair was glaring at them via the next table. I chuckled lightly. Hey, I said to her. She turned Ed sharply and frowned when she saw my robes. Unfortunately, I was actually getting used to this stereotyping. Yes. Is there something you want? Her voice was prim and prissy and I was about to punch her lights out. God. What was it with these people? Well, I just came to tell you that it's obvious you're staring at them, and jealous of that Ron kid. Lighten up, date someone instead of moping. He doesn't really like her. I know. Insightful for a 13-year-old trying to be 15 because he's stuck at magical school kid. She blinked and sighed. I know you're wrong, you're a boy. All boys are the same, but you're okay. What's your name again? I finished scooping punch into the cups. D'Angelo. Nico D'Angelo. Percent 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 percent. That night, Percy POV. The name's Dare. Rachel Dare. Reporting for the meeting. She was the last person in the small room. Dust lined the shelves and the smell of mildew was faint, but obviously apparent. Total darkness had resided, the moon hidden between a veil of clouds. The only light came from Annabeth's wand, lightly illuminating our faces with the spell Lumos. From Lord Hades of the Underworld. Your father. Nico finished in his raspy voice, letting the silence fill our minds after laughing. Well, the last part at least was important. Annabeth cleared her throat to take charge and we all nodded. Tom Riddle, that name sounds familiar. Like I've read it somewhere in this enormous library over here. It's really nice actually. Shush. Talia interrupted her best friend and clamped her hand over her mouth. You talk too much. We need a plan. Annabeth and I will work on what we should do, Percy and Nico. Find out who Tom Riddle is. Grover. Ask a few of the owls around here if there's anything suspicious. Rachel. Work on trying to see the future, not on command exactly, but that weird thing that's taught here. Divination. That's the one. All right team, move out. Talia said this part rather loudly and our eyes went wide. We clamped our hands over her mouth. We waited in a nervous silence, our hearts beating, and our ears tuned in for a scuffle of the foot. Nothing. Talia, that was way too close. Different meeting spot next time, okay. Talk to you later. Nico raised his hand in farewell as he slunk quite literally into the shadows below. Annabeth pulled out her invisibility cap. The other four of us tried to be as silent and inconspicuous as possible, so it probably worked. We reached the Gryffindor Tower without a problem. Or so we thought. I walked slowly up to stone steps, cool air still sharp on my skin making me ever more thankful that I brought a sweater. Autumn was beginning to lie its head on the earth. Personally I was glad. The cool air and wonderful smell that was associated with the season, everything was perfect. I let out a long sigh, just as the beams of sunlight began to make their appearances. The colors of rose, pale yellow, gold, butternut all dancing towards my open face. I slipped of the sweater to let the warmth shine on me. Sunrise, that meant Ivana was going to come from the Olary. I glanced to the left and saw the majestic bird, Swan L. Ike feathers all dipped in liquid gold the same shade as her white eyes. She cocked her head and cooed almost silently. Good morning to you too Ivana, and how did you sleep? She cooed again. I am so sorry. But perhaps you should move away if they're disturbing you. Never mind. Do you have any packages from father? The owl produced a small box with a note in messy, blue scrawl. I smiled and opened it. The package being one I had expected. It was something father called a repario verum. It told me whomever was telling a lie or not and how big it was. All I needed to get was the spell and workings right. No matter. Thank you Ivana. I whispered into the morning air, my friend gliding over the wind with her wings. Wouldn't wings be wonderful? Percent 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 percent. Percy's paw. All right, Tom Riddle. Who is Tom Riddle? Where does he come from? Why is he such a secret here? I blabbed off questions to Nico, who looked faintly bored. We had looked him up, tried anagrams. Searched for pictures, nothing. Nothing at all. Maybe we should just let the others take care of it, seriously. We can't just go around asking about this guy. Everyone would get suspicious. I mean, it's like, hello. I want to know who Tom Riddle is. Do you know him? I clamped my hand over Nico's mouth. Was I this stupid at 13? One of the girls in Gryffindor 6th years had come into the library with us. Tom Riddle. No. I'm like sorry. It was the one with the southern accent, Coral somebody. And if she was close by, then 2 other girls can't be far behind. Coral. 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 There you are. Oh my god. Lavender and Parvati and Lavender's new pet poodle, aka Ron, had all come. Guess what? What? It happened. No way. Oh my god. Lavender. Coral. Lavender. Coral. Lav. Parvati, thank god, interrupted the 2 squealing girls. The librarian's gonna come over here. Seriously though, it is fab. I know. See. Oral and Lavender said at the exact same time. Then all 3 of them, plus Ron who was now being dragged, literally skipped out of the library. I blinked. What just happened? Nico asked me very quietly. I shook my head. I have no idea. But anyway, back to where we were before. Hello. Gah. I yelped, swirling around to see Hermione Granger grinning in a smart way. Nico snorted and I was seriously about to wring his neck. I was careful when enemies were behind me. Really careful. There being a certain spot on your back that will murder you if you hurt it usually makes you that nervous. Sorry I startled you, but Lavender and her friends are storming around and talking 3 words apiece. I was bothered, and the book I need is over here anyway. Come on Harry. Do you mind if we sit here? I noticed she said we and moved my stuff next to Nico so she and Harry could sit. Sure enough, the raven-haired boy came along, lagging several books along with hardships. How could I tell? Well, he was hunched over, with his eyes shut, acting like the books he was carrying were the world itself. Pretty poetic, don't you think? What are you lot studying? Asked Harry, trying to break the uncomfortable silence that had followed when he arrived. I shot a glance at Nico, and we had a silent conversation. Finally, I used all my courage and wits to think up of a way to ask. We finished all our homework, well I did anyway. And while Nico studies I was just reading up on some people that got those service award thingies. You know, Paula Aberton, Georgia South, Michael Harvey, Tom Riddle. Hermione looked up sharply out of her book and Harry's eyes widened with shock. So they knew who he was then. Good. What name did you say? Hermione asked slowly. Harry was still silent. I pretended to look through the book. Well, Paula Aberton, Georgia South, Michael Harvey. No, the last one. Hermione snapped, getting impatient. I looked again. Tom Riddle. Well, he's not the last one but. Hermione and Harry exchanged a meaningful look. What's up? Is he someone important? I mean, obviously if he has a service to the school, but what's up with? I checked again to look more convincing. Tom Riddle. Hermione pursed her lips in a very Annabeth-esque way. Well, he is, he's not really a good person. A Slytherin, but nothing special. We've got to go, see you later. Her voice went high at the end and she and Harry quickly sped off. Nico nodded. He's somebody all right, and in my house. I'll look around tonight to see if I can find anything out. Good idea, I'll sneak around Hermione, Harry, and Ron. I'll bet you anything they know something about Tom Riddle. I'll do that now. Why don't you check to see if Talia and Annabeth had any more luck than we did while we wait? Nico saluted me, then disappeared into the shadows. I shook my head. 13-year-olds will be 13-year-olds. Nico's paw. Let's find someone in Slytherin. But also stupid enough to tell me who he is. Let's see. Oh wait, I know. Hey Andrew, I said in a fake cheerful voice. The said boy turned gleefully and almost wet his pants and he saw I wasn't angry or shouting at him. Hi Nico. So, you're pretty smart, right? Andrew scrunched up his face trying to tell if I was being sarcastic or not. Well, I was wondering if you knew about a famous Slytherin. You know, since you're in Slytherin. Well, that much was obvious, now let's see if he buys it. Andrew puffed up his chest like a mini soldier. That's right. Proud in Slytherin. I managed not to roll my eyes but continued in a young voice, which was strange since I was talking to someone older than me. His name is Tom Riddle. I ran about his name in a book somewhere. You know the name. Andrew froze, and turned to me with what looked like suspicion in his bright gold eyes. Wait. Gold. Aren't they brown? Never mind. The light had turned on in our dormitory. Hey Andrew, Nico. Are we interrupting something? Oh good grief, it was that absolute prick Hartford something. Seriously, that guy had way too many names. Actually we were talk. I tried to speak. I really don't care, you know. Hartford dismissed us with a wave of his hand that silenced me, not because I was actually listening but because of shock. No one at camp ever did that to me, unless it was my friends. And by friends I mean mostly Annabeth, she can hurt me, Talia, she could really hurt me, and Percy, who I can't hurt back. I almost stood it, sentenced him to T. Artaris. Then I remembered that I couldn't give anything away. I couldn't send him to China, encase him in rock, strangle him with shadows, attack him with skeleton warriors, nothing. He was 2 years older than me. With years of magical experience he didn't need to hide. I think it really hit my mind here, what if I needed to defend myself for real? As in monster real. There's no way Percy would stop us, any of us. Even if he was our unofficial leader. There's something I have to say, so listen. Then his snobbish voice turned quiet and an almost evil smile daunted his coal-black skin. I saw the slight tremble as he spoke the next words, but that's not what I was focusing on. More like what he said next. You know Draco Malfoy. 6th year. He's going to have a meeting. All 4th, 5th, and 6th years are invited. Not invited. Obliged to come. It's about what he's been working on. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the others did. The rather chubby boy next to him nearly squealed. Finally. I've been dying to know about the project. Project. Oh no. Well, Tom Riddle's going to have to wait. With only the slightest bit of hesitation, I followed Andrew out, shutting the door and turning out the candle before we ascended into the darkness. Draco Malfoy wasn't one of my friends, so I sat far enough away that he wouldn't see me but close enough that I could hear every word. As you know, I've been working on something very important to the cause. It's obvious what cause, right? The others laughed. The sound rang through the dungeon and I shivered. Ominous. And I need, or should I say, we need your help. The Slytherin name needs to choose its loyalty. Who wants to help? I hope all of you, or I've chosen the wrong children. He was truly talking to 7th years as well, but he gave off a chilling glare. It was hard to disagree. I was the youngest there and I just turned 13. And we weren't children when we agreed to his plan, a plan I managed to find out without doing. Time to tell the others. What? I yelled, feeling color rush to my cheeks. They're planning to do what? Nico was glumly sitting cross-legged on a velvet cushion and nodding his head slowly, as L. wishing it were going in the other direction. The 6 of us were in a secluded room off on some floor, in some corner. Annabeth put a soundproof spell around it, which was good because I kept yelling along with everyone else. It's true. They're planning to attack. When? I can't say. How? Only the 6th years with him know. Why? That's what we need to find out, since we already know who, what, and where. I sighed loudly as I took this in. Some people call Death Eaters, weird name. I know. We're going to launch an attack on Hogwarts, to capture Harry Potter, kill Dumbledore, yada yada yada. We could handle them, but it was more the whole thing about our true selves being exposed. For real. As demigods. Sure, it wasn't like Talia couldn't manipulate the mist, but wizards could very well be immune to that. And if they were, then every demigod and god in the world would be in trouble, chaos would ensue, and I didn't even want to think about it. This is bad. Talia summed up, checking her chipped black nails. She had just recently gotten out of her girly phase after being around nobody but girls as a hunter. Now that she was back at school and she had gone back to dark lip gloss and skinny jeans on the weekends. We can't defend the school ourselves. Who can we tell that would actually believe us? Not a teacher, they'll think we were crazy. Not a Slytherin, most of them are in on it. My mind immediately went to 3 people who would probably be a good idea, but involving wizards was not on my to-do list. Rachel raised her hand delicately. Neville's trustworthy. Her face turned red while she said this and I felt a nagging voice in my head saying, I told you so, That sounded remarkably like my girlfriend, but I brushed it off. True, he's a good person. I agreed. Anyone else? Nico looked thoughtful for a moment, then his dark eyes brightened. She's a Ravenclaw, in my year named Luna Lovegood. Will believe anything, and brave enough to be in your house. She's got a friend, Ginny. Jenny. I don't know, but she's good. Grover, Annabeth, and Talia were all looking at me. I knew that it was my job to say what everyone had been thinking. Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Harry Potter. We were all silent, then. Hermione's good, she's clever enough to do this sort of thing. Ron's brave too, while not very smart he makes a good team member. And Harry. Annabeth ended with a sly grin. How could we do it without the boy who lived himself? Grover nodded. All the ones we said are good, but what exactly are we going to say? We can't say the truth. But what's a lie that they would believe? He had a good point, and slowly every eye swiveled to me. I chucked some air down and plopped on the seat. A nutshell. I began. Some of the truth, and some we won't say. They know Nico's in Slytherin, we could talk about the meeting. We could say that sounds bad and we should talk to the professors, but we don't know them very well. Something like that. They all looked confused at the teacher part, and just as Talia's hand went up. Why would any Gryffindor tell a professor when they could do it themselves? Percent 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 percent. We walked up to the three of them when they were alone, chatting by the fireplace. One by one, their faces met ours as Talia and I walked forward. Talia popped a bright pink bubble and grimaced slightly at the color, but not moving her hands from their crossed position. I myself reassuringly felt the deep bandage on my back, sort and injury-proof. It would have to be hit with pure celestial bronze by a god or giant directly in the spot to even start a cut. This was very good. Hey Harry, Ron, Hermione. I said politely. Talia smiled sweetly, and tossed her jet black hair back, electric eyes shining. The three nodded back, though all looked suspicious with shifty glances. There's something we need to tell you, but with our friends and some of yours. I began, stopping when Talia popped another bubble. I glared at her and she raised her palms. Gods, sorry. I looked back to the three, who were still sitting. What's this about? Hermione asked, in an almost accusing tone. I was silent, waiting for Talia to persuade her into coming with her own techniques. This is why she was quiet before, gathering her energy. Just come with us. School project. Need to work. Come and talk. With friends. Very safe. Let's go. She said this in between gum smacks, disguising her voice if it didn't work. It did actually, but only a little. Their eyes glazed before they stood and promptly walked for the portrait. Talia and I high-fived inconspicuously. Once we reached the same room as we had the night before, their eyes stopped shining with the mist their pupils went back down to a normal size. Harry started. How did we get here? What? Where? Who you? He pulled out his thin wand and we all backed up. Talia walked forward. Chill out man, you came here yourself. We just want to tell you something that you might want to hear. And when I say might, I mean will. They glowered, but sat, just as Nico came with Luna and Ginny, and Rachel with Neville. They asked questions, but eventually sat too and a heavy silence filled the air. Everyone was looking at me and I sighed, time to take the leadership role. Again, we're new here and don't know many people. But we know you. And we put something that we need to let other people know. Fast. Something in my voice made the others stop looking angry and look curiously at me. What I didn't know was that my friends recognized it as strength. Nico is a Slytherin, so he was there last night during a meeting called to by a Draco Malfoy. I don't know him, but Nico. Care to talk? The only reason a skeleton army wasn't attacking me was because we needed to stay hidden. The small boy glowered at me, but rose to his feet and spoke in low tones. He said that he'd been working on a project, and that it was almost finished. He said that a group of people were going to come and attack the castle, people called Death Eaters. The others' eyes widened and Harry jumped to his feet. I knew it. He's going to wait. His face changed as he looked at Nico, the only Slytherin in the group. How do we know we can trust you? Talia's eyes narrowed. Nico's sister had saved all of our lives, and him. And I were the most powerful half-bloods alive right now. I was crossing my fingers that she wouldn't send lightning bolts at their faces. You mean him? Because he's a Slytherin, a different house than, or do you mean all of us that are in different houses? After all, there's nothing special about Slytherins, is there? Her voice was dangerous. The others in the background looked as though they understood. But Harry and Ron evidently didn't. Which wasn't very good for them. Yeah, but Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs are good. Slytherins are evil. Everyone knows that. They're all sons of Death Eaters and stuff, and evil. It was Ron who said that, but Annabeth immediately stood. Exactly how many Death Eaters are there? She demanded. Harry blinked. 15, 16. Annabeth smiled. And how many of them have children? Quote. They seemed to get what she was playing at, and both mumbled into their seats. About half. Good. So that's 8 children out of 100 that might be evil. Add in some not very nice people who just happen to be ambitious and cunning, and that's not even a quarter of the house. Did you know anyone in the other houses that's not very nice? Saying that all Slytherins are evil is like. The short girl named Ginny spoke up with a clear voice. Like saying all Hufflepuffs love cooking, all Ravenclaws are nerds, and all Gryffindors love the color red. She shot a smile at a very surprised Nico, and I thought about a ragtag team of protectors. I cleared my throat. Not to interrupt, but we need a plan. They're probably not going to attack for another week or so. So we do have some time. Harry nodded. We're not telling teachers, right? Let's talk tomorrow after classes, in here. Sound good. We all nodded and the Hogwarts students left. The others were about to stand too. But I held up my hand. Rachel. It's not a quest unless, well, you know. Rachel nodded, but her face drained of some color. She closed her eyes, and when they opened again they were electric green. 2 forces of evil shall unite as one, creatures of magic and monsters for evil. 2 forces of good will fight and win, an illusion though, they never died. 1 person saw, and 1 person lied. 1 person ran, the battle ran with him. No one will expect the beginning, all know the middle, and the end will never come. Her voice choked out at the end and her normal eyes were met with silence. What did I say? I don't know. Annabeth admitted. It was really confusing. I mean, the end will never come. An illusion of not dying. Gah, I hate prophecies. Rachel sighed. Me too. And you never know what they mean. Percent. Deep within the murky depths of a moldy basement, 50 or 60 people were crouching down in the wet shadows, waiting for a command. Low growls and terrified squeaks were heard every few seconds, adding to the dark tone in the air. Finally, a cold voice rose above the rustling. Change of plans, my lord. We are not going to wait for the incompetent fool of a boy to help us get in when it is obvious that we can get in ourselves. And what did you say that ridiculous boy did? Hold a meeting, and he didn't even check for the son of Hades in there. Idiot. Another snake-like voice rose. Don't talk about my son like that. It was silent. You could taste the tension in the air, cut through it with a knife. I won't kill you yet. No, I do have some patience. But never again. Understand? And we will go tonight. Turn on the lights please. A dim light was hurriedly switched on. A slender woman with her ice-cold sunglasses glinting dangerously and royal blue turban almost undone, had taken the lead and smiled nastily. She slipped off her head covering to the horror of everyone in the room, excepting 2 individuals. Lord Voldemort's eyes glinted and Bellatrix Lestrange let out a horrible laugh. Watch out Hogwarts. Medusa purred. Tonight, more than a few of you will become snake food. Or even better, frozen forever. And then she began to cackle, soon being joined by everyone in the room. Hogwarts would have no idea what hit them. It was 11 o'clock at night on an average Tuesday. The lone prefect would occasionally come close to where the dark forces were going to pour in, but no matter. He or she always walked off once they heard the squeals coming from a nearby broom cupboard. Two girls were hidden in the secret passageways and folds of the school, both equally scary and smiling equally as horrible on their twisted faces. But one difference would be obvious if a prefect had looked them in the face. The one on the right was covered with a thick black mane of knots and tangles, dressed in an almost goth-style dress with deep purple accents. Her hand was steadily on a thin, black stick. The other was dressed in a simple cream and green dress, but what would make that prefect thrown up was her own hair. Twisted, slimy snakes were wriggling out of her head, hissing now and then. Their yellow eyes shining. Her own eyes were hidden under opaque glasses, but that would soon change. "What are we waiting for?" hissed the one in green, the snakes rattling with her. Bellatrix Lestrange gave a vampire smile. "The right time. We have the element of surprise on our side, and I'd like to keep it like that. No fighting, no screaming or yelling until we are absolutely sure they know we are here." Medusa growled. "Fine, but if I see Percy Jackson, your plan will mean nothing to me. I want him and his friends to suffer." Bellatrix looked quizzically at her partner. "Is this Percy Jackson a monster in human form?" Medusa laughed. "I wish I could tell you, sweetie, but the less the wizards know this, less you could accidentally slip to these people. Now, let's get ready for the plan, shall we?" "Yes," Bellatrix said, her deep eyes flashing with anger, but she turned. "The plan. We will attack in 20 minutes. We must capture Harry Potter, no exception. However, by that time they will probably know we are here, and then we will do as much damage to everything as possible. Let them know we were most definitely here." And that was something they agreed on, or at least pretending to agree with. They had the same idea really, but Medusa knew that capturing Percy Jackson could literally bring the gods, mortals, and demigods to their feet, bowing to their rightful rulers, the monsters. Far better than this, Harry Potter, person at least. Percent 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 percent. Percy Jackson Pav. We weren't exactly ready for an attack at any time, but we were certainly more ready than I had been for some of my other fights. Seriously. We had the help of the Gryffindors, not all of them, but Harry said that DA would help us. I didn't know what that meant. But it was better than nothing. There were a few things plaguing my mind. Rachel's prophecy, when the attack would be, them finding out about us not exactly being human, that's a lot to kill a 16-year-old guy with. When do you think the attack will be? Talia said, voicing my thoughts. Nico frowned. Probably in a day or two from what the Malfoy kid was saying. Maybe 3 or 4. He kept saying that he was needed to prepare something very important and that he held the fate of the wizarding world in his hands. I rolled my eyes. That's so like him. The others nodded, wizards even more so. We were in a room that Harry called the Room of Requirement, I think it was. Anyway, it was perfect with boards to draw plans, cushioned seats, a center to talk from, and best of all, soundproof walls. Oh my gods. We had been working for hours, planning and preparing, and ready for when they would strike. Well, we had a few things to do, but other than that we got it good. Then I looked at my watch. Wow, it's past midnight. We better go, don't want that Filch idiot to catch us. Or the cat, I really don't like cats. I'm much more of a dog person. Harry looked at me with a surprised glance. Like that giant dog you came on. What was that thing anyway? A flurry of nervousness went through my stomach, but Talia, aka Master of Lying, was already using the mist to help work. What are you talking about? And it worked. Their eyes went glazed, but we knew it wouldn't last. Grover quickly changed the subject. So, I guess we better go then. We all nodded and quietly left the room. Hogwarts was a different place at night, all dark and creepy. Maybe it was my imagination, but kept thinking that I heard creaks and whispers. We were almost to the stairhen. I know I heard something. When will we do it? I grow impatient. I froze. I knew that voice, knew it very well. Haunting my nightmares since I was 12, I whipped around and drew my wand. The others stopped. My friends and the brave wizards looking at why I stopped. Then it became still and silent. No more creaks, until I heard a deep growl. My blood went cold, fear flooded me until I felt like I could be dead. Now. It was happening right now. They're here. I yelled, knowing I was sure but hoping I wasn't. Talia gasped, Annabeth made a choking sound and Rachel's eyes went wide. Grover coughed, Nico's dark eyes narrowed. Neville, Harry, Ginny, Luna, Ron, and Hermione all looked at me with confused and fearful expressions as if they didn't believe me. Then they heard it too. A woman's voice, different this time, but still cold as ice. Well, they know we're here. And then a cackling laugh. Out from the stairs burst two women, one I didn't recognize but the others did. And one I knew would come back for me after I killed her. Medusa. Of course. Right. Now. Harry and Neville hissed. You. One of them growled. I wasn't sure which, because Medusa charged towards me, pure madness in her eyes. No. Look away from her eyes. I screamed. Don't look in her eyes. Annabeth understood, as did Grover. They were there so many years ago. They knew how unlikely it was I could kill her again, how hard it was last time. I had only one because she underestimated me. It wouldn't be like that anymore. By now, the castle lights were flooding the stone steps. Students and teachers alike were rushing to the cobblestone stairs and stopping, frozen with fear as I had, at the sight that was coming. It was monsters, of all shapes and sizes, and men in black cloaks with their wands drawn. Was this it? Would we have to show ourselves to save ourselves? No. Sword fighting. No powers, just swords. Come on. I roared into the now buzzing air, drawing Riptide from my pocket. A few of the monsters flinched when they saw the lethal blade. But the wizards looked like they were about to laugh. One did and I almost swung it through him, but he was mortal. Well, wizard, but till a human. It probably wouldn't work as well as I hoped. Now the teachers were drawing their wands, my new friends too. Several yells pieced the air, most of them saying, Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Someone get Dumbledore. But I knew there wasn't any time. Blood was going to be shed in a few moments, not nearly enough time for help. We had to act, fast. Get out of this castle. Annabeth charged first, knife glittering in the moonlight. She expertly dodged the spells sent out her like a dancer and struck the first man that came close. Ah! He roared. Deep red stains of color were coming from his shoulder. Annabeth merely gave a dangerous smile and continued. Multi-colored lights of spells were growing more and more rapidly. I heard the mad cackle of the dark-haired witch Medusa had come with. Wait, Medusa. Gods, where was she? I was her target. That was for certain. I squinted my eyes, but continued to slash the blade through wands and send the odd blue spell here and there. I didn't see it, but the colors of spell. LS grew more towards red and green respectively, with everyone on our own side shrinking with fear from the green. The killing curse. I realized this as I narrowly dodged one that was sent my way by a pale man with pale hair and a pale look to his pale eyes. The resemblance was uncanny, to what must be his son. Draco Malfoy then, had a Death Eater father. Poor kid. Harry Pav. Harry didn't know what the heck those monsters were, or why his new friends were carrying around swords of all things in their pockets. It didn't matter to him right now. All that mattered was that he A. stayed alive and B. did all he could to avenge his godfather's murder by Bellatrix Lestrange. He didn't know why Percy Jackson had told him not to look in the lady with snake hair's eyes, which were glinting yellow by a reflection he saw in the window. He recognized many students, some of them he didn't even know the name of. But names were called out in the darkness. Jasmine. Anna. Where are you? Sobbed a girl, running past Harry in pink satin pajamas. Where are you? She repeated despairingly. Sarah. Called out two other voices. Sarah. Sophie. I can't find you. Harry walked past the hysterical girls and continued firing stunning spells at the Death Eaters and trying his hardest to not hit anyone on their side. Stupefy. He yelled into the night, barely missing Grover Underwood and hitting its target. A burly, rather large Death Eater that Harry thought to be Crabbe or Goyle Sr., they looked remarkably the same. Then he saw Malfoy Sr. almost hit Percy. Watch out, he called. Percy dodged and the green curse struck the ground where he had just been. Percy shot Harry a small grin and then they both charged into the chaotic battle. Harry noticed that everyone seemed to be looking at Snake Lady. She had a redoubtable air about her. Powerful and menacing. Harry aimed his wand carefully, pointing right above her as he fired a spell that caused the rock to tumble. She jumped out of the way with amazing agility, but not before it grazed her right arm and leg. "You!" she roared, baring long vampire-like teeth. She made her eyes wide. "Meet my eyes. Look at me. I said look at me. You will pay." She launched herself, faster than what Harry thought was humanly possible, and drew a fist back before he blacked out into nothingness. Screams of both the good and evil sides alike ringing in his ears as he closed his eyes before Percy Jackson stabbed his sword into Medusa, not killing her, but making everyone draw back. He didn't get to see Vines slowly choke two monsters, Echidna and her pet dog. 3 Death Eaters got electrocuted by Talia, and the rest soon retreated. But Harry did hear a cold laugh as he slipped into a deep sleep. And that was only a tester to what will follow. Percent 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 percent. Percy Pav. While Harry was in La La Land, I was trying hard not to send a whisk of water and send them on their way. I saw sparks dance around Talia and willed her to stay calm and not electrocute anyone, and I felt the air grow dark when a Death Eater taunted Nico. I grabbed his shoulder, but he shrugged me off. Grover's hand was threatening to pull out his magical flute. I silently prayed to my father and every one of the other gods, hoping against hope that we could push them back. And we did. But not without me hearing a small voice in my head saying, "That was too easy. Medusa is a good enough fighter to get at me, why didn't she?" I told the voice to be quiet as everyone in the castle let out a long breath. The fight had only lasted 2 minutes, but the dim candles were flickering with light and wax was spilling onto the floor. The claret-colored blood was staining the floor with a horrible reminder that it wasn't a hallucination. I felt fine, but I knew that the others would feel bad. I was the only one that had bathed in the river after all, and my back was still protected by a thick bandage and magic. The spells I saw were white, airy ones that healed the groaning people on the floor and lifted them to go into the hospital wing. The 6 of us, during the stormy chatter of people wondering what had happened, the 6 of us met far away from any prying wizard ears. We stood in silence for about a minute, until Talia summed up what we were all thinking. "Oh, my gods. That kick started the conversation. What happened? How did they get in? I thought there was going to be more time. And Medusa, she's back. They must know something is up. The monsters and Death Eaters have joined forces. This is not good." I raised my hand to silence them. "We can guess for an eternity, but that's going to make us just as bad as them." What I was talking about floated to our ears. "Kelsey. I'll bet they got in disguising themselves as gingerbread, then taking over the shop, then sending a rockslide to have enough energy to break the magical bonds and they turned into foxes and deer to be considered normal and then." 2 girls were discussing this with wide arms, the first talking while the second shook her head. "Don't be silly, Charlie, it's obvious that they crouched inside plants and waited until the full moon to recite an old Celtic poem that." I looked at my friends, who were trying very hard not to laugh. "See what I mean?" Grover nodded. "They didn't accomplish anything except scare us, so why did they come? And who was it that all came?" I was trying to dodge and not get hit with spells or swords. He had a good point. We all looked at Annabeth, whose eyes were tightly closed and concentrating very hard. She looked frightened and I wanted to hold her, hug her, make her feel any better would be nice. Then she gasped and she opened her eyes wide. "Why would they come? We know they were trying to kidnap Harry, but what about you? You saw it, all the Death Eaters went for him and all the monsters went for you. But they wouldn't have just left." Annabeth stopped and turned her head towards the object I hadn't noticed before. It was a cloth turban, deep blue, and moving slightly. My heart sank slowly like a rock and we all backed away. They had left us something. Something to knock us all out or at least try. This wasn't over. Something moved, I didn't see what until it came dangerously close to Rachel's bare leg and jumped. "Rachel!" I yelled, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. "Scorpion!" Rachel slid away, her green eyes as big as dinner plates. The pit scorpion had missed, but just barely. I knew it could jump 15 feet and kill in 60 seconds, I had almost been killed by one so many years ago. They had left it, to try and kill us. Not good. Don't get any closer. I roared trying to be heard. Veer the yells and screams of 50 or so people. Even more came clambering down the stairs, and then they started to scream too until I heard a powerful, old voice from behind me and jumped. Enough, bellowed Dumbledore, his hands raised high in the air as he turned to me. What are these, Mr. Jackson, and how do you know of them? All eyes were on me and I prayed that the mist would help me this time around. They're called pit scorpions. They're poisonous and can kill in 60 seconds. It can jump 15 feet. There's a patch of them near our school in America. That's why we know how to stab things, They're always trying to sneak in and get food. Us. This obviously did nothing to help the rest of the castle, or my friends. I was the only one who had faced them before, and only Annabeth had seen my hand. The red welt with my face turning green and then gray. Chiron had healed me last time, along with nectar and ambrosia. We had to destroy them. Now, I narrowed my eyes, thought the confusion and aimed riptide. The celestial bronze glinted madly in the moonlight, letting me know that it was there. I struck the blade downwards and heard the terrified squeal of a small scorpion. That started the motion of more spells. Flying and almost hitting the insects. There were enough of us, but then something I heard made me stop with horror. A painful yell from the wizard's side, and the green face of a small child I didn't know who. But I acted quickly, my hand clutching around a small, diamond blue bottle that Apollo had given me for helping save Olympus. Not nectar, but a healing solution so powerful that it could heal any cut and would last forever if I only used a drop each time. I made my way over, ignoring the frantic cries as the scorpions grew close to me, and I dripped some on. His face gained color. But I couldn't worry about that right now. There were over 30 scorpions, with their tails nearly striking every second. Annabeth, Talia, and Nico had killed 10 so far. The wizard had hit 10 with spells, but that wasn't our biggest problem. An enormous one, the size of me face, had just come out of the turban. Everyone backed away, except me. It couldn't sting me. Well, it old try, but I was still protected from the river Styx. And it did try. I felt myself propel sideways to dodge. Spells were flying, swords were flying, scorpions were flying. No one saw me as I threw the sword on the biggest scorpion. In half, it was silent for me, but the sound continued farther away. My head began to hurt, everything was going so fast I couldn't concentrate. I saw the turban and took my match out for dinner. I lit the blue fabric, stopping 5 scorpions that were still within the deep folds. And I made sure no one was looking as I sent a spiral of water to douse the flame, killing the last scorpion. Now it really was quiet, with Dumbledore stepping up. Tonight has been a very busy night, but everyone needs to go back to your rooms. The professors and I will keep guard to watch for any after attacks. Then his blue eyes met mine and I felt cool air breeze my hair back. This wasn't over, he was going to talk with us in the morning. But I didn't want to focus on that. Now as Talia and I entered the Gryffindor common room and I collapsed on my bed and fell asleep. I had a dream that night, of course. It was of Camp Half-Blood, Chiron's face looking as though he saw a ghost. Percy, beware, beware the... And then Clarice, Connor and Travis Stoll, and a few other campers were there too. 3 girls I only knew because of their strange names, Amiri, Batter, and Maya. Were huddled near the ground with horrified faces. Percy. Beware. Beware the... Beware what? I wanted to scream. What? I didn't remember any of it in the morning. Connor Stoll was frowning off into the distance. At an unknown object or person. No one approached him, he was in one of those moods. He brushed curly brown hair from his face and he grimaced. Travis, this is not going to work. His brother appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, with an impish grin that lightened his features. Of course it's going to work. Why wouldn't it? The plan's simple, I'll go in and you'll stand guard. Connor shook his head. They've upped the security since the last time. There's no way you can pull it off. Before Travis could make a comment, something happened. The light around the tubicas the glow. Then it splintered off into a rainbow web of colors that made them stop and stare. Suddenly, Percy's face appeared, slightly fuzzy with bad reception, but Iris messages were always like that. Percy. Connor jumped up and looked his friend in the eye. What happened? Is everything okay? Where are you guys? Percy looked tired but rustled up a small smile. I'm fine, but everyone else isn't. We sent Chiron a letter. Didn't he get it? Seeing the blank faces of the two boys, Percy sighed and ran his fingers through jet black hair. We're at a place called Hogwarts. It's a wizard school in England. Travis held up his hands. Hold on, weren't you supposed to be in Florida? It's a long story and I don't want to say it more than once. Could you please get Chiron and Mr. D? This is something they're going to want to hear. Connor and Travis shrugged, then bolted off to the main house. The two in question were sitting outside and enjoying the crisp air of late October, early November. Months didn't matter when you were a demigod. The wine god looked up for a second when the brothers came panting over, but then resumed his eyes to the sky with dull interest. Chiron, however, saw the serious note in the otherwise devilish faces of the boys and nodded for them to continue. Connor took a breath. It's Percy. He sent an iris message over and wants to talk to you. He's at this school in England with wizards. Says that not everything's okay, and that it's a long story to tell and that he sent you a letter and that. He took another deep breath before Chiron silenced him and stood. Come along now. Better see what young Percy has to say. Would you care to join us? He said, gesturing towards Mr. D. The god stood and stretched. Why not? It's not like there's anything else to do with everyone gone. And off they went, walking briskly with purpose, and therefore drawing out the more curious of campers obviously dying to spread gossip to their friends. Percy's face was waiting, and his eyes brightened when he saw the group return, along with a few stragglers as well. They could see him visibly take a deep breath and turn his eyes to Chiron. We're at a magic school, in England. Rachel remembered she had to go there, they have classes on divination. We all ended up coming, but something happened. He was about to continue when they heard Annabeth's voice swirl towards their ears. Percy, who are you talking to? The girl came into view and gasped, but no one heard. Everyone on the other side was too busy staring at Annabeth. Her eye was a pulsing black with hints of green and purple surrounding a swollen lid. A deep cut ran across her arm and she was walking funny on her left leg. What happened? Clarice yelled out, surprising everyone. They didn't think she cared what happened to Annabeth. However, they chose to ignore it and instead waited for an explanation. There was a fight, with some bad wizards called Death Eaters and some monsters. Medusa, the chimera, you know, all them. I got hit pretty bad. Grover and Rachel are worse though. But everyone's alive, that's good. And no one knows who we really are. Annabeth said reassuringly, wincing however as she adjusted her weight. Can we talk to them? Chiron asked politely, but with a steely note that carried through the iris message. Annabeth hesitated. I'm not sure, we're the only ones here. Her gray eyes widened with terror. Oh gods. Someone's listening. Shut it off. The message fizzed with golden bubbles and faded into non-existence. The few remaining campers and staff were silent as it went dead. Hoping for the best but fearing the worst. No good would come if another world knew of the Half-Blood's existence. And a battle. Injuries. Monsters. Death Eaters. What in the world were Death Eaters? Percent 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 percent. Dumbledore third person. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore knew something was suspicious. He had been alive for too long to be fooled, especially by 6 children. But he had in the long run, which was a good reason to be worried. Talia Grace, Nico D'Angelo, Grover Underwood, Rachel Elizabeth Dare, Annabeth Chase and Percy Jackson. He was the one that confused Dumbledore the most, something that none of the other teachers seemed to agree on. He wasn't out of the ordinary in his classes, nor did he proclaim to be a seer. Dumbledore knew something that the others didn't. His wand contained mermaid hair, something that hadn't been used in thousands of years because of how unstable it was. Ollivander had put the wand in accidentally. Or so he thought when he wrote the letter. But the wand accepted him as a user, and nothing drastic had changed. This whole thing is beginning to confuse me, yet I see clearer than ever before. Why is that? He mused with a poetic tone clipping his voice. Then he heard something, a voice from a nearby corridor. With a jolt he recognized it as Annabeth Chase's, along with a few he didn't know. With surprising agility for his age, the man crept in the shadows and put one ear tentatively on the wooden door. But everyone's alive, that's good. And no one knows who we really are. It was Annabeth, she voice sounding as though she were speaking to a crowd. But then another voice came, one that didn't sound extremely frightening but that meant nothing. Can we talk to them? Dumbledore frowned. Talk to who? And why was he crouching like this? He almost chuckled at the absurdity, sneaking around in his own castle. Straightening up, he prepared to step forward when Annabeth spoke again. Oh gods! Someone's listening. Shut it off. Shut what off? Dumbledore waited for a moment for Annabeth to come out. However, nothing appeared and Dumbledore gently opened the door. It wasn't a room that was out of the ordinary. There were dusty desks and quills left by students whom had long ago graduated. But then he saw a scrap of paper with the words Necromancy Essay by Daisy Dotteridge, first year. Dumbledore frowned. He didn't remember that name, yet it seemed to ring a bell. Oh goodness. She was the lady to form to Leaky Cauldron and was born in 1467. That was over 500 years ago. They practiced the raising of the dead back then. He didn't remember which headmaster would have been alive in that time period. He'd have to ask the portraits. And in his haste to leave, he didn't notice the two teens lying flat against a shadowed desk, one invisible and the other grinning madly with success. Dumbledore, 3 hours later. He old man was, to say the least, exhausted. The portraits had decided they would not be cooperative today and skirted around the direct questions he asked them. Finally, a Professor Eosa Sackendonber. G was found to be the headmistress of that time period, although she flat out refused to talk. I am sorry, sir, but thou est not allowed to hearest thy secrets of necromancy. Not only could Dumbledore barely understand what that meant, but he knew it was no good to press a stubborn portrait. He sighed. Giving up was not something he did on an ordinary basis. Then a thought struck him, which was something that happened on an ordinary basis. The library, he thought to himself, rushing out as he did so. Perhaps they are hidden from students, but I'm sure I can find something on that subject. His pale blue robes fluttered as he walked briskly through the halls. The rose sun was hidden in a cocoon of scarlet clouds, casting a golden shadow that signified the end of the day. Students were milling around, most of them done with homework, and catching the few rays of light that were few in the deep autumn days. Headmaster Madame Pants was slightly shocked. Dumbledore had his own private library, filled with books on subjects that students would never need to know about. Why would he come into her library? It must be an important reason, she thought, and then she puffed up with pride. Her library must be doing well if he were looking for a book here. Good evening, madam, he said politely, dipping his head as he proceeded to walk towards the different forms of magic section. Past divination, herbology, charms, transfiguration, where he saw several books written by himself, and finally to a bleak corner of the vast library that had few books and fewer people. A blank piece of wall with growing mold was in front of him, no windows present and only 2 shelves with a battered sign that was half falling off. He scanned the thick books, their leather faded with time, looking for something on the history of magic at Hogwarts or necromancy. He saw books on apparition, the only glossy things there, animagus training, invisibility, and finally one book with a pure black sea over that had silver writing on the front. Necromancy and Shadow Magic, the Darkest of the Dark, by Professor Elizabeth T. Umbra. Dumbledore's heart rose in his chest, his eyebrows following. This was it. He reached for the book and pulled it off the shelf, the wood groaning while he did so, and his eyes scanned the back cover. The art of raising the dead is highly dangerous, do not attempt unless understand all of book. It was outlawed many years ago for a reason. The secret to shadow magic is less destructive, but even harder to control. In this book is history of both arts, famous magicians, and further reading. This book was written in 1913. Dumbledore found a table in the back where no one would disturb him and skimmed through the first few pages. He cringed at some of the history. Icing the dead for horrible purposes was why it had been outlawed. He didn't recognize any of the names of people or places, until he came to the word Hogwarts. He flipped the page excitedly, but then frowned. There was nothing there, only the faint outline of someone ripping the pages. Suspicion drew at Dumbledore as his clever mind began to think. What are the chances that I see this essay today? If it's been there since the 1400s. Then why hasn't? He stopped himself and his eyes narrowed. Taking the sheet out of his left pocket, he scanned the rip marks and the ones in the book. They matched perfectly. But 3 pages remained without any clue. The essay had been in the book. Someone had checked out the book. Someone had ripped the pages about necromancy from the book and left behind the essay accidentally. Quickly, he flipped to the back where it said who had checked out the book last. There was a name, under the date of this year, but it had been smudged. Someone didn't want to be found. Still, Dumbledore would not give up a second time in less than an hour. He went to the part with more reading. Maybe there would be a clue about who ripped out the pages. Dumbledore knew whoever did that was trying to hide something, and that something probably was something important. There are not too many works of literature on shadow magic or necromancy. It is illegal in Britain. Without a license and even then not widely practiced. For other information, try the following books: Scrolls. Truly Dark Magic Anna Blavatsky-Chunaman. Raising the Dead Anna Blavatsky-Chunaman. W to Shadow Travel in 5 Easy Steps Anna Blavatsky-Chunaman. Children of Hades George Edward Blavatsky-Chunaman 16. Dumbledore ignored the fact that he couldn't pronounce the last name of any of the people. And instead focused on the last book. Children of Hades, what were those? And what did they have to do with necromancy, shadow traveling? Dumbledore searched the shelf again and didn't find any of the books listed. But they marked as supposed to be there. Someone in the castle had them, and whoever it was, well, they were hiding something serious. Albus Dumbledore had a bad feeling in his gut. A nasty sensation that pulled at his insides. Nothing had ever been so hard to figure out, there were too many variables. What did he even know about these people? Was it possible he was ing a mountain out of a molehill, as the Muggles say? No, there was definitely something off with them, but he couldn't put his finger on it. What school were they even from? It was almost like he had been confuted. Almost as though there was a heavy piece of fabric over his eyes that he couldn't see through. He remembered getting a letter from a Mr. Dare that wanted his daughter Rachel to come and learn where was that letter. Dumbledore shuffled through an enormous stack of mismatched parchment. Spotting a piece of strangely white and thin paper out of the bundle, the old man began to read. Dear Mr. Dumbledore, I am Mr. Edward Dare. I am CEO of Dare Incorporated and I come to you with a plea. My daughter Rachel is exhibiting strange habits that I believe would run along with the guidelines I have found in your school. You are listed under schools for strange students, and while I won't admit to everything about her being strange, I do believe she would do well in your classes. Several habits such as random but detailed drawings, waking up screaming, and demanding trips to New York is only half of the problem. I beg of you, please accept her and make her straight. Signed, Edward Dare, CEO, Dare Incorporated. Dumbledore sighed. So this Rachel Dare was something special, a seer or whatnot. It could just be something little, might explain why the students acted so weird. No, Dumbledore said aloud, surprising himself as he stood forcefully. That's not it. There's something else. But I just can't figure it out. This is so aggravating. Should I ask one of the other teachers? Compulsively, Dumbledore stepped down yet again from his office to call Professor McGonagall. He walked towards her rooms on the topmost floor and ignored the odd looks the students gave him. Meanwhile, McGonagall herself was deeply engrossed in a novel, pausing only to sip some steaming tea or push her glasses up the bridge of her nose. It shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels named Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. The furious pounds of knocking interrupted her reading and she looked up scowling. Opening the door, she found Annabeth Chase standing looking sheepish, but determined, and holding an enormous book clad in scarlet leather. Pardon me for interrupting me, Professor, she said apologetically. But I've Been trying to perform the spell you taught me, the translating one, but it's not working on this book. I don't know why. The professor sighed loudly. All right, bring it over. Are you sure you're doing the spell right? Yes. Fine. Let me see, Miss Chase. McGonagall drew out her wand and muttered the spell. Nothing happened. She frowned. That's very strange. What's the title? Here it is. Magic. Around the World, a Guide to Wizardry in Foreign Countries. Her internal alarm bells went off. The title seemed familiar somehow. Knowing that she needed to talk to Dumbledore about this development, although it may be nothing. The witch strode out of the door, leading Annabeth along with her. This was something important. Why did she remember the title of one certain book so well? Nico's paw. I was the one to rip out the pages in a library book, but for very good reason. If I didn't, well, let's just say that the results would be quite disastrous. I won't read the passages to you, that would take forever. It was crammed with small words in little ink, I could barely read it actually. Dumbledore probably knew already what had happened, he was a brilliant wizard. The mist was the only reason. And that we had remained undercover this long anyway. I'm not a pessimist, everything was plain fact. Percy and the others were overconfident, I was technically the oldest and biologically the youngest. I was over 80 for Zeus's sake. I could handle myself, maybe. Excuse me, I muttered, passing through a tangle of older students. They stopped me, grinning with cockiness. Little runt, you're pretty small, aren't you? A big one sneered. I rolled my eyes internally. This wasn't anything I needed to worry about. If they tried to hurt me, I knew enough magic to evade them without even using my own powers. Then it happened. You're a freak, you know that, right? One of those losers that came in early, pretty stupid, I bet. But you're not even pure blood, your family must be unfit if they produced you. Bet your dad's ashamed of you, you little baby. I don't why they were going after me, or how they knew anything about me at all. I just knew that there was no way that anyone could insult my family like that. He was insulting Bianca, my mom, and even my dad, which was pretty dangerous. I focused my energy, and felt the earth tremble beneath my feet. Two of the boys gasped, but the head one just sneered maliciously. Like he had just squished a particularly irritating fly. Then I saw the shadows leap across the stone floor, grabbing hold of moron number one. His face grew pale for a moment, before sneering again. That did it. The shadows covered him, choking out every bit of air that was left. His face grew red like a tomato and his comrades gasped in horror. What the hell are you? One with oily threads of hair said in a greasy voice that matched the rest of him. The other was reaching for his wand when, Nico, what are you doing? It was the whole gang, which made it even worse. Talia was the one that yelled, and I thanked every god I knew that we were in a deserted hallway. She grabbed me forcefully, which caused the shadows to fall back. Only then did I notice Annabeth was missing from the circle. The teenager gasped for breath and gave me a horrible, twisted scowl. You insolent brat, you're the dumbest, most useless thing I've ever seen. Honestly, you're an excuse for wizard, and I've never. The next thing anyone knew, Percy was holding him at sword point blank, riptide just under his neck. Say that again about one of my friends and this cuts off your head. He growled. If the jerk looked afraid, he didn't show it, instead backing away to look apologetic. I felt my face go hot with fury, red coloring pigmented my cheeks. Grover pulled out his own wand towards the three and muttered, "Obliviate." A strange silver fog arose from the wand and their faces went blank. Do you know who they are? I found myself asking. Grover walked over and looked at them. Yeah, they're in my house. Real jerks, but they're pretty loyal to each other, I guess. Or maybe they've changed since they were sorted. All 3 7th years. Talia pinned me against the wall. What were you thinking? You could have blown everything. You know what would happen. What in the world did they do that made you strangle him? She was yelling by now, and I gave her my coldest glare. She flinched a bit, but didn't back down. He called me a freak, okay. Said my dad should be ashamed of me, said my family's unfit. Bunch of rubbish, and I know it. Sorry I almost ruined everything, can you please let go now? Talia did, but was still eyeing me suspiciously. Rachel and Grover looked sad or something, guess they didn't realize that I get a lot of that stuff in the underworld. Percy was still holding Riptide and I rolled my eyes. Percy. He turned. Can you please put the sword down now? His face grew flushed for a second before capping it and sliding it back in his pocket. All 5 of us began to walk down the hall, in the direction I was going. A little nagging thought ran loose in my mind and grudgingly, I listened. Nico, tell them about the book. And that you ripped it out. No, Nico. If you tell them, they'll either kill you or start worrying. They'd want to know. Yeah, but you know how Percy gets with this kind of thing. Tell. Don't. Yes. No. Nico, are you okay? Rachel's voice broke me out of the argument and I nodded. Yeah, just got a bit of a headache, that's all. Percent 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 percent. Back in my common room, I stretched out on the emerald bed and stared down 2 kids as they went by. It was basically empty anyways. Something called Quidditch was being played and no one liked to miss it. I, however, was taking complete advantage of the quiet to read the book pages I had torn out. The term half-bloods is one that has been used for many years before witches and wizards took it up. In fact, they said to be called demibloods, a term that evolved itself from demigods, otherwise known as people who are half god, half mortal. They can also be called half-bloods, which could possibly add confusion on if not for the fact that demigods are much more elusive and almost all live in America. How does this relate to shadows and necromancy? Well, it is said that children of Hades, the god of the underworld, can manipulate the shadows and raise the dead itself. Of course, one has to remember that. Mr. Diangelo. A voice called, almost right behind me. I jumped and swore loudly, not even noticing who said anything. Then I turned and my eyes went into shock. It was the headmaster, Dumbledore. Here, in my dormitory. That only meant one thing. What are you reading on a fine day such as this? I would have suspected that everyone would be watching the match outside. Your house is playing, against Gryffindor. Such a rivalry they have. It makes me happy that you and Talia Grace and Percy Jackson get along so well. Did he spend all of his time just watching the students? That's kind of creepy. Oh, just looking at an essay I got back from McGonagall. She said some pretty nasty things in there. The old man chuckled and his blue eyes twinkled. Is it the one about animagi? I remember teaching that one taught his students. I blinked and narrowed my eyes internally. He was trying to trip me up. We learned animagi at the very beginning of the year and it was mid-November now. Actually, sir, it's on switching spells. Apparently I mixed up a textbook and wrote down information of sticking spells. Easy mistake, I guess, but I have to redo it. This lie was actually 100% true, which was good when you lied. Keep as much truth in as possible, and it will be easier to make up facts as you go along. Simple lying basics. Dumbledore gave a short nod, so quick I almost missed it. But he drew back and began to speak. Mr. Diangelo, could you accompany me to my office? Why, sir? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. I think you know. The school was virtually empty, the stray student walking through with their nose in a book and muttering strange spells out loud as though going to take a test. I recognized some fellow 5th years, and saw extremely tall students that could only be 7th years. I noticed that almost all had the bronze eagle sewn on their robes with the occasional black badger. We went all the way up the school, until reaching the very top tower, a place that I had only been once before in September. Pumpkin pastry, Dumbledore said to the enormous stone gargoyle. I grudgingly followed him inside, taking note of exactly how I could escape. We arrived in the silver office, with its pale blue walls and far too shiny floor. I sat down in the chair he provided and crossed my legs. All right, let's see what this guy knows about us. Instead of beginning his questioning immediately, Dumbledore plucked a strange lemon candy out of a basket and plopped one in his mouth. Would you like one? I nodded, looking at the candy thoughtfully. Dumbledore looked surprised. I don't think anyone has actually accepted one. I almost smiled, then remembered I wasn't he. Read a talk about the weather or something. Dumbledore seemed to realize that too as he looked into my eyes. I know what you are. He began quietly, and the world seemed to silence itself. I could no longer hear the yells outside from the match, or even my own heartbeat. Absolute silence. And I know what you did. You tore the pages out of the book, didn't you? It wasn't a question. He knew. I did. Dumbledore looked caught off guard. Clearly he didn't expect me to admit I did. You did now. That itself is a crime against the library, but I have a feeling it wasn't just for fun. No, sir. I did it for a reason. And can you tell me what that reason is, Mr. Diangelo? I stopped looking at the floor and reached into my back pocket. Maybe it was time that somebody did know. Anyhow, he opened up the essay and scanned through it. I could almost see the mental gears in motion, absorbing the knowledge in an Athena-esque way. You are. My name is Nico Diangelo. I stood proudly, looking him directly in the eyes. And I am a son of Hades. My name is Nico Diangelo, and I am a son of Hades. Dumbledore blinked, before completely swiveling around in his enormous chair. His blue eyes were clouded with many things: disbelief, suspicion, knowledge, remembrance, and trying to figure out if the person in front of him was clinically insane. Yeah, Nico was as cocky as ever, simply staring directly into the old man's face and smiling as though he held thousands of secrets. Which, he did. Pardon, Dumbledore said finally, as though to clear up the many questions this 6-letter statement brought with it. I am a half-blood. Demigod. Son of Hades, god of the underworld. May I leave now? He added the last part on, simply because he wanted to be annoying. Percy was going to absolutely murder him if anything happened. So he might as well have his fun. You're not joking, are you? Dumbledore said quietly, his face searching around yet his pupils never leaving their contact with Nico. And what does this mean? I'm not familiar with your terminology. It means I can do this. Nico raised his right palm and closed his eyes, opening them after a moment or so. Deep, dark shadows SW. Across as though he were controlling them. Dumbledore felt a strange energy emanating, and then saw that the young boy was indeed controlling the shadows. It was incredible, almost like wandless and wordless magic. Is that an illusion? Dumbledore breathed, quite surprised. No, Nico said. I can control the shadows, the darkness, raise the dead itself. He looked Dumbledore in the eye. I'm not lying if that's what you mean. I'm half god, half mortal. He seemed lost for words, as though this was completely and absolutely not what he had expected to hear. Nico sighed and ran his olive fingers through extraordinarily messy hair. It's hard to explain, and I wasn't supposed to tell you. Or all of you sons of Hades? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. Nico shook his head. No, 4 of us are demigods. But Rachel's a mortal and Grover's a. Nico stopped himself. I shouldn't tell you anymore. It doesn't change anything, we're only here to accompany Rachel. That's all. Dumbledore stood. You do realize that by lying that I can kick you out of this school. His voice was not the quiet, sort of deadliness, but instead disguised as a mere warning. He was good, but Nico knew he had to be better. True, sir. But then what have we done wrong? We never lied to you specifically, we simply did not reveal all that we knew. And since you just assumed we were witches and wizards, it is not our fault that you chose not to ask. Dumbledore fought the groan that was threatening to escape his lips. The young boy was right, of course, but it was almost like a trap question. Why would he ask if they weren't witches or wizards in the first place? But there was one thing he still needed to know. I am normally not so careless when inviting people into the school, and I have been feeling for quite some time now that I am seeing less than what I should be. Nico grinned. That's Talia's work. She placed a spell on me. No. Dumbledore sighed. I'm sorry, but you're not answering correctly. Can you at least say what I mean for you to say? Nico Diangelo turned his back and looked around his shoulder. It's called the mist, he said, leaving the room as he did so. Look it up. And with that he left to face the fiery punishment of his so-called friends. Nico first person. You did what? These words came from an extremely Oyed half-blood that went by the name of Annabeth Chase. Please tell me you're joking. Please. Are you serious? And you decided not to tell us any of this? Why? We could have gone together. How much does he know? I held up my hand and leaned back on the violet cushion in RHQ. Otherwise known as the hidden classroom on the 4th floor that no one ever came close to. Yeah, I told him. Percy's face took on a flushed hue, so that he resembled a radish with black hair and green eyes. Eyes I might add that were not at all happy with me at the moment. And why did you do this exactly? He said, forcibly in a calm tone. I almost grinned, it was funny how relaxed he was trying to appear. Maybe that was just the 13-year-old inside of me coming out. I shrugged. He knew some of it. The mist wasn't exactly working right. More like he could see through it probably. Annabeth mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully, not even noticing how ridiculous it made her look. But it has been a few months. Perhaps luck was on our side for lasting this long. So, everyone looked at Grover. What are we going to do now? This was the question even I had been asking myself. Were we going to tell everyone? Give away the powers? Use a memory charm? Tell Dumbledore everything else? Slowly and surely we turned to Annabeth. The blonde girl groaned. Why do I have to be the smart one? Here's what we'll do. We can go up to his office and answer any questions he has. We'll make him swear not to tell anyone, and we'll act like everything's normal. How's that sound? We all agreed, even me. Something Annabeth immediately noticed and looked at me with suspicion. Let's go then, I said, ignoring her, and leading the way back up to the headmaster's office. Percent 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 percent. McGonagall third person. She couldn't figure it out. Minerva Esmeralda McGonagall couldn't figure the book out. Nothing would touch it, spells, muggle fire, brute force, nothing. Not a single new scratch appeared. Yet the book was torn up with cuts of the past. This is very strange, she muttered to herself, plainly annoyed. Professor McGonagall did not like anything that stumped her. Anything that she couldn't figure out slowly moved its way into her enemy list. Estendo mihi vestri specialis, she said loudly, waving her wand in complicated swings, ruby red sparks pour. Ing out and onto the book. It was a very advanced spell that not many people knew. McGonagall had learned it from a trip to Southeast Asia from an elderly monk that enjoyed her British tea. Perhaps the book would yield. Magic Around the World, a guide to wizardry in foreign countries opened finally. The scarlet leather rippled as though it wished it wouldn't be able to open. The cream-colored pages magically revealed their writing. To you, the reader. This book is not for those who cannot understand the boundaries of magic, spanning across the globe and the unique abilities that pulse the bloodlines. Only those who know spells of immense difficulty within your own nations may pass. Knowledge can be a terrible power. Begin, if you dare. Table of Contents. Chapter 1 Wizards of Europe. Chapter 2 Monks of Asia. Chapter 3 Shaman of Africa. Chapter 4 Demigods and Oracles of North America. Her curiosity got the better of her. She knew all about Chapter 1 of course, flipping through the pages and seeing familiar pictures and notes. And she knew much about the monks in Asia from her visit. But shaman, McGonagall, that was only a legend, something that happened long ago, or people that didn't actually have magic. But what really prickled her interest was Chapter 4. She had never heard of demigods, and the term oracle didn't sound too familiar. Wait, yes it did, she remembered. Then a conversation from a couple months back that she had overheard, never finding anything wrong with it until now. You got that look in your eyes during Charms, Rachel. It was Grover Underwood with his fellow Hufflepuff Rachel Dare. McGonagall didn't mean to overhear, but stopped to listen anyway. I don't think Hannah is going to be happy when she gets back her quiz. She said softly. Really? But you said she studied for hours. Quote. She studied the wrong things, and forgot to study what we learned last week. Her aunt is going to find out, and her aunt won't be happy. Hannah's not going to be in a good mood on Friday. And will hurt Ernie's feelings without meaning to. Then they're going to fight. McGonagall could see Grover's surprised face. You're getting better at seeing details, N.O.T. just those demented riddles you love spitting out. Guess this place is helping after all. Rachel laughed. That's true. Still, I detest the divination teacher. I'm mainly learning from the books. Was she actually predicting the future? McGonagall wondered out loud. Then she raced to chapter 4, scanning her eyes as fast as she dared. Born to gods and mortals, Percy's incredible powers, go on quests to defeat monsters. Oracles. The spirit of the oracle is passed to young maidens with true sight, or eyes that can see through the mist. After the death of one, the spirit is channeled through. So the oracle in question can see into the future and speak of the information to others, usually in the form of a prophecy. She trailed off here, snapping the book shut and leaving the room. This had to go to Dumbledore. Everything was starting to fall into place. They were all oracles. Percent 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 percent. And you are all demigods? Dumbledore asked, looking at the 6 faces in his study. Nico Diangelo was back, a scowl dominating his features highlighting the coldness of his eyes. Rachel Dare, who was tying her enormous hair back properly. Hints of lime green sparkled around her face. Annabeth Chases, looking wise, with an identical streak of gray that matched Percy Jackson's. Why hadn't he noticed it before? Grover Underwood, who always wore the same base ball cap, was hovering near the door along with Talia Grace, who was. Miss Grace, I would prefer if you didn't put on makeup in this room. Talia continued to smear globs of black on her eyelashes and whipped out a tube of more black goo. She ran this under her eyes, making her slightly resemble a raccoon. Talia, Annabeth snapped. You can do your eyes later. Alright, just let me put some foundation on this zit. Now. She seemed to listen, putting everything away in a small silver bag and zipping it up. She grinned. Go on, sir, we're all listening. Dumbledore fought the urge to roll his eyes. Something he hadn't done for at least 20 years. This girl was going to be the death of him. She was more annoying than any of them combined. And her grades in class. Simply awful. To answer your question, no. Rachel said. I'm the oracle, and Grover is a satyr. That means half goat, half person. Dumbledore hid his surprise well. He had seen half horses before, why should this be such a surprise? He was about to ask another question when Minerva burst in. Her hair was halfway out of a bun and her cheeks were red from running. Albus, she gasped, panting for breath. I just opened this book, and found. She thrust the scarlet book at his fingers. Annabeth squealed. That's the book I asked you to help me with. Minerva gave her a heated glare, to which Annabeth took with a scowl of her own. Just read. Chapter 4. Dumbledore found the page and frowned. This is highly coincidental. The chapter is titled Demigods and Oracles in America. Care to explain? Not really, said Nico. It would take hours. Besides, we don't have to tell you anything. Percy shot him the look, and turned to Dumbledore and Minerva. It's hard to explain, but we're the children of the Greek gods. Those two aren't, but they still possess strengths that are similar. We came here almost by accident, Mrs. O'Leary couldn't get back out and Nico couldn't shadow travel. We thought we might as well stay to escort Rachel. She's learning to be a better seer. She's a seer then. It's the same thing as an oracle almost. She can see parts of the future. Dumbledore was still very confused, but let it slide. This was too much new knowledge in one day. What was he supposed to do now? This had never happened before. Talia's face suddenly turned hard. You can't tell anyone. No teachers, no students. Not even those nosy ministry officials. Don't lie, but if you tell them. Her voice trailed off, but then her eyes turned silver. You'll have started up a war that we will win. Sommet. Hing that resembled lighting was cackling along her fingertips, her smile filled with menace. Swear that you won't tell. On the river Styx. Dumbledore and his comrade looked at each other in confusion. What was that? Just swear you won't tell anyone anything we told you today. Anything the book told you today. Unless we reveal ourselves, you can't speak a word about us that you didn't know before today. And you can't show anyone the book either, or give hints, or write it down. The old man sighed. They had covered all loopholes. I swear I won't tell, write, or hint about anything you told me today. Or show anyone the book unless you reveal yourselves. I swear on the river Styx. Tuner boomed outside after he had finished talking and suddenly Percy Jackson began to groan. You couldn't have put me out of the room. He grimaced. Shiny pink burns began to appear on his body, as though Dumbledore's very words had caused them. Annabeth looked surprised. I didn't know it did that every time someone made an oath. Only an oath concerning him, or if he's anywhere near. Nico answered dryly. One of the less desirable side effects. Sorry. It's fine, Percy said after a moment in silence as McGonagall repeated the oath herself. It's not like I've gotten hurt worse ever since. But he stopped before revealing anything after shooting a suspicious look at Dumbledore and Minerva. We need to go, he said abruptly, standing quickly and leaving the room. He made pounding sounds going down the stairs, as did the other 5. Dumbledore and Minerva exchanged a glance as if to say, "What have we got ourselves into?" The woman whispered, collapsing in a plump sofa nearby. Dumbledore sat down next to her. At least they don't have the element of surprise on their side anymore, we know who they are. True, but how much do we really know? They might have it with them after all. They had no idea both how true and false this statement was. Annabeth and I were alone in the little room we like to call headquarters. She had let a fire roar and was currently snuggling up underneath my arm. I was very much enjoying this. Maybe it'll be easier now that Dumbledore knows. She whispered softly, trying to keep from falling asleep. I yawned myself. I hope so. My girlfriend smiled sweetly, and maybe it was just me, but she looked even prettier in the moonlight from outside than she did when the others were around. Her curls were almost glowing gold and her eyes looked wise and mystical. You look beautiful, Annabeth, I said, voicing my thoughts. She blushed, but gave a small laugh. We sound like those old romance novels Cherry Cortez back at camp makes me read. We both laughed at this. It felt good to let go of any disguises. Cherry Cortez was an obnoxious Aphrodite girl that never minded her own business and insisted on gushing over romance novels. Strangely enough, she had never had a boyfriend. That was me being sarcastic. I miss you, Percy, Annabeth said, sitting up and looking into my eyes. We never get to see each other with all that's been going on. The camp, this school, we haven't even She stopped immediately and widened her eyes. I didn't mean to say that. I gave her a grin. Yes, you did. You were going to say that we hadn't kissed since that underwater one back at camp. Maybe I was. We'll just have to change that. And we leaned into each other, turning our heads to the right, closing our eyes, and we shared the best non-underwater kiss ever. Third person Rachel. Rachel was poring over her divination notes, looking at the minuscule writing on the side of each one, trying to find an answer to her question. Her question, how to tell the future of someone without them asking you. She had some practice, of course, but it was all by accident. She stopped at a page titled Speaking of the Future. To speak of the future, you must first set your target in Mindor. If you don't have a target, you should set the object pertaining to it in your mind as well. This is a very ancient art, over 3,000 years old, and was used first by the ancient oracles of Greek mythology. Many do not believe that there is such a thing as Greek mythology having some truth to it. These people are mainly the wizards of Europe. And witches. It was hard to understand as many people voice their own opinion over time in the book. In time she noticed there was very few information on the oracle, but it did focus a lot on speaking the future. Perhaps it was a rite of passage that she too wrote in the notes to pass her knowledge as a way to thank you. Getting out her bright red quill, she tipped it in ink and began to write. An oracle is not a mythological fantasy, it is most definitely real. It is a spirit that passes on to females who have true sight. Most demi-bloods, or demigods, do not even have true sight and can still be fooled by the mist. The mist is a veil that hides true magic from the mortal world. Oh, and the oracle must be immortal. Rachel smiled at what she had written in blue on the wet ink a moment before rolling back up the notes. Now she could begin working on her Transfiguration homework without wondering how you could read the future by not prophecy. Successful trip. Percent 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 percent. Malfoy Paw. Be warned, he is slightly OOC. Drac. Oh, Malfoy was incredibly tired of waiting behind the cramped library corner with his two boulders as guards. Why couldn't he just strut out there, dazzle the girl into falling madly in love with him, eh? And then he could complete the uber top secret, super special mission his daddy gave him. The mission? Well, Malfoy didn't remember all of the details, they probably weren't that important. He just dead to spy on the new exchange students or his allowance would be lowered. Crabbe and Goyle were sitting like lumps next to him, their eyes unfocused like they were asleep. They rather resembled moss-covered boulders, with a disgustingly slimy amount of green slime on their massive gray features. Well, the green part actually was slime Malfoy had pushed them in the lake after a temper tantrum. Tea was their own fault they wouldn't give him a triple-layer German chocolate, red velvet cake, lemon meringue pie cupcake. Suddenly his target whipped around, her pale green eyes narrowed. Get out Rom that pathetic hiding place whoever you are. She snapped. Malfoy quickly jumped up, but wasn't scared at all. He would just play innocent, it always worked or Snape and the others who adored him. What are you talking about? The redhead rolled her eyes and put her hands on her hips. I've been watching you the whole time, gods. You are an idiot. Malfoy put a pompous face on and sneered. No you weren't. I chose the bestest hiding place in the history of hiding places. He then squinted his eyes in what he thought was a dazzling way and gave a dazzling smile. Am I dazzling you? What the no? And then she shoved him out the library door, failing to make the other two move, and instead she got Madame Pants to levitate them both out. Malfoy strutted back down to the common room and looked at his partners in crime. Mission accomplished, he said joyfully. Then he frowned. What was the mission again? Percent 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 percent. Unknown to Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Madame Pants, or even Rachel, there was someone else spying on the young oracle at that very time. The shadowed figure was hidden from view, his voice raspy and wicked as he talked. The only thin G that could be seen were his shiny eyes and sinister smile. She wrote in the book, not that it's a problem. That moron Malfoy got himself found out, of course, very clever diversion. He was talking into a small microphone. Something that would have tipped off any wizard. Technology wasn't supposed to work at Hogwarts. They told Dumbledore everything. He rasped again, his eyes becoming very bright. But they made him swear not to tell anyone else. Our plan can still be put into action. As long as that idiot Dark Lord doesn't get in the way. The voice on the other end laughed, a cold and clear female's voice. Don't let the nitwit hear you say that. We're supposed to be in an alliance, remember? How could I forget my lady? She giggled. Always a charmer. Now keep on looking, they muse. Not know who you are or everything will be lost. Of course. He pressed the button, and put the microphone down. I have never been more thankful that Medusa has some intelligence. He hissed. I hate working with idiotic people. Always ruins my mood. Percent 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 percent. Malfoy's paw. Again, I love writing Malfoy be warned. Malfoy could not believe his bad luck. What do you mean the password changed? I've only been gone for a little over an hour. The fat lady looked him over, trying to keep a straight face but threatening to laugh. The young Slythe Rin boy had put on a black wig and drew glasses marks around his eyes along with a lightning bolt. Then he waltzed up and pretended he was Harry Potter of all people. I'm afraid we can't let you in either way, you're not in my house. Malfoy, or Harry, flushed. How dare you? My name is Harrison Robert Potterson. Aha. I'm the only one that knows my real name. So I must be Harry Potter. Before Painting could contradict this ridiculous statement, the real Harry Potter and his two friends came up and stared at Malfoy. Are pretending to be me? Harry was the first person to ask. Malfoy sniffed. Of course not Potter, I mean. He thought for a moment before a brilliant idea struck him. I'm your long-lost twin. Harold Robert Potter. We were separated at birth. I was raised by the wealthiest wizards in all of Australia. Yes, I am your long-lost twin from Australia. The trio plus Painting simply gaped at him, and Malfoy felt for sure his brilliant idea would work. After all, it was incredibly smart and brilliant. They would fall for his trap for sure. The one looking the most in awe was Granger, and she grabbed her two friends by the shoulder and they began to scoot back from where they came from, looking like they saw something very disturbing. Draco assumed it was the fat lady's dress, it simply looked awful. When they were gone, the fat lady simply stared at Draco and sighed. Get out, Mr. Malfoy. Now. Malfoy was smart enough to know when he was being threatened, and he ran quickly down to the dungeons where he sadly realized that the marker he used to draw his D.S. guise was a Sharpie and wouldn't come off even when he rubbed really hard. Strangely enough, he didn't use his wand, which would have taken less than 5 seconds to accomplish. Malfoy's luck was clearly not working right. On this or on his top secret project. Even he knew that would take another few months to finish. Hermione was researching for Snape's project when she came across a scroll. Rolled up with a cheerful green bow tied on. A scroll, she muttered, utterly perplexed. Since when are there scrolls in the library? And since when did they have bows? Curiously, she undid the ribbon and gasped at what she saw. In tiny print, there was the longest paragraph she had ever seen written on a single sheet of paper. Every few sentences there was a change in color and font, as though it was written by 50 different people. The last little blurb was written in red ink, and still looked a little wet. An oracle is not a mythological fantasy, it is most definitely real. It is a spry tea that passes on to females who have true sight. Most demi-bloods, or demigods, do not even have true sight and can still be fooled by the mist. The mist is a veil that hides true magic from the mortal world. Oh, and the oracle must be immortal. Why did the writing look so familiar? Hermione swore she had seen that script before. Her sixth sense, the one for trouble, began to tingle. Could it be one of the exchange students? Perhaps they were hiding a secret that had to do with divination. She knew Rachel. That was it. It was Rachel's handwriting. Rachel, who had bragged about being an oracle. She must have written it in, supplying her own information. But what did it mean by demigods? And the mist? Immortal? Was it the American word for muggle? That would make sense. Hermione looked at the only book she had found on Greek mythology at the library. Madame Pants said they had all been checked out. Everything was falling into place. Maybe Rachel had taken out the books, maybe one of her friends. It didn't matter. What did matter was that the exchange students' secret and Greek mythology were somehow related. Hermione knew she should probably share what she had learned with Ron and Harry. But this was almost like her project, her plan, her research. And there was the tiniest bit of hesitation that she was wrong. No, it was definitely better to wait and gather more information. She began to write to her mum and dad, asking for any books on Greek mythology. Muggle libraries were full of them, after all. After signing her name on the parchment, Hermione stood and began to walk towards the Ollery. She would have every answer the moment those books came. Andrew Huckle was incredibly, seriously evil. He was a genius, but pretended to be an idiot so no one would guess his motives. Sad that no one remembered that the Sorting Hat had immediately put him in Slytherin. He knew everything about Nico and the others. He knew Curse's Hat would make the other Slytherins pee in their pants. He outranked Draco Malfoy and was trusted with top secret information. Andrew Huckle was born to a mortal man and a minor female goddess. He had joined the cause. Not just because of his parents, but because he was bad. He charmed every lady, monster or not. He fooled geniuses, he was a genius. Medusa had him under second command. Agent 2 reporting in, he whispered. Medusa herself was on the other end, her voice cackling into the walkie-talkie. Agent 1 here. Report please. Nothing out of the ordinary is going on. Except that the Gr. Anger girl is getting a little too close to figuring out what demigods are. Should I act or not? Andrew heard Medusa laugh on the other end. Definitely my little hero. The final stages of the plan are being thought out. Then we can seek revenge on the Half-Bloods and finish the Titans' war. Any limits on how I am to stop the Granger girl? Just don't make it obvious that it was you. And keep up your facade. Understand? Yes, my lady. Medusa hung up with a flirtatious giggle and Andrew smiled quite evilly. It was so fun being bad. Percent 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 percent. Snape's class. As you all know, your project for the end of this unit is due tomorrow. If it's not complete, your grade and you will both suffer. I expect everything to be perfect. Today we will be reading chapter 21, answering the textbook questions, and completing the 3 worksheets up front. If you are done, you may use my books to research for the essay that is your homework. If you finish that, which I doubt you will, you may finish up the details on your projects. Now get to work, and absolutely no talking. The classroom was silent except for the rustling of papers. Percy heaved a sigh and began to read to boring text. He wasn't even a wizard, why did he have to learn this stuff again? It was February already, they had been in this world for several months. The attack on Hogwarts felt like a distant memory. Everything was so boring. Grace, what are you doing? I whipped around to see Talia smacking on an obnoxiously pink bubble, blowing it up then popping it loudly. Her glossy boots were kicked up on the desk in front of her, and her makeup was as hardcore punk as ever. There's no rule about gum, is there? She said rudely, taking a bottle of black polish out of her back and undoing the cap. Or painting your nails. Or putting your feet on someone else's desk. You can't punish me, I wasn't disturbing anyone. Snape looked furious. My mouth must have been hitting the floor. Was she seriously trying to aggravate him? Was she that bored? It may not be in the rules specifically, Miss Grace, but I can assure you that if you don't stop you will be punished. Talia sneered. For what? Expressing myself. I'm not doing anything wrong, so you can just back off, mister. And don't say I'm being rude, I know I'm being rude. Just deal with it. She continued to apply her nail polish, leaving the room in a shocked silence. No one had ever spoken to Snape like that. What was she thinking? Detention. Snape almost screamed. For 2 weeks, 3 hours every night starting at 7. He stormed over to his desk and dipped a lethal-looking quill in ink, furiously scribbling. Take this, Professor McGonagall, now, if you don't I will know. And 40 points from Gryffindor while I'm at it. Get out. Talia glared at him and marched out of the classroom, slamming the door behind her. No one spoke for the rest of class. I raced through the work and exchanged a look with Annabeth. She was finally losing it. We had been away from our world for so long. Did Chiron and Mr. D tell the rest of the gods where they were? Did they already know? When the bell finally rang, I literally ran out of the class. It was becoming harder and harder to not leave. Not that we had a choice. Annabeth and Grover caught up with me as we scrambled to find Talia. She's going crazy, Grover finally said. Annabeth glared at him, but I could see she agreed. We needed to get out of the castle, get some fresh air, practice our talents. I sort of feel the same way. We've been cooped up for too long. Talia spent 7 years of her life as a tree. She hates not being able to move, being told what to do. At camp at least we can run around. Grover and I both nodded. Eventually, we reached our HQ and found the other 3 waiting inside. Talia still looked as rebellious as she did earlier. Nico and Rachel both looked confused. Why did she get out of D class early? Asked Rachel. I don't have anything this period. So I was researching and Talia came thundering in. Almost literally. Now she won't talk to either of us. She went crazy on Snape. Annabeth explained, sitting next to her friend. Nico raised his eyebrows. Nice going, Talia. Talia glared at him with such ferocity that the young boy shrunk back. I am so sick of this place. How are we going to get out? What if we're stuck here forever? They'll notice I don't age. They'll notice you don't get hurt, Percy. We need to leave. She began to sound hysterical, which was so unlike herself. Annabeth scooted closer to comfort her, as did Rachel. Me, Grover, and Nico hung back. This was more of a girl thing. Don't worry about it, Talia. Everything will turn out okay. We'll get out of here, said Annabeth. Talia's eyes began to water, streaking the eyeliner so that she resembled a raccoon. I exchanged a look with the other boys. Time to leave now. Unfortunately, the girls were blocking the exit. No way out. I'm just so scared. Talia began to bawl. I miss everyone. I miss Artemis and all the hunters and all the campers in America and New York and everything. I looked nervously towards the door. It wasn't soundproof. And if anyone came down here. Talia, is that you? I silently cursed. Of course Hermione would come down now. Of course. Talia immediately stopped crying and wiped her eyes quickly, applying mascara and eyeliner so as to look normal. Annabeth pulled on her cap. Nico grabbed me and Grover and pulled us into the shadows. When Granger came in, all she saw was Rachel and Talia doing homework. Are you okay? I thought I heard someone crying. Rachel shook her head. No, I was just trying to help Talia with her homework, and we're trying to avoid the library since I don't think Madame Pants likes her that much. Hermione blinked. Oh, all right then. Must have been my imagination. She turned to leave, but looked back. Snape's really mad at you. I know. Why were you acting like that? Now you'll have to watch out for him. Talia gave her a cool gaze. I can handle it. There was a final note to her voice, and Hermione left quickly. Something about that whole situation was strange. Once her footsteps died away, the other four came out of their hiding places. That was close, said Annabeth, and we all agreed. Percent. Andrew stood ready for action. In one hand was a wickedly sharp blade, glinting in the light. In his left hand was a vial of green liquid, a poison so strong the Granger girl would remember nothing. He was crouched within the shadows, poised ready to attack. He heard steps coming and a witch muttering under her breath. She was alone and not looking where she was going. Perfect. Andrew sprung out suddenly, slicing the sword in the direction of her feet. Hermione's eyes widened, and she fumbled for her wand. It was too late however, and Andrew injected the poison into her arm before she could utter a word. Granger's eyes fluttered, and she promptly passed out. Andrew smirked. This was going exactly to plan. Help! Help! Andrew yelled. Someone passed out. Help! He quickly made the poison and sword disappear and adopted his idiotic personality. He heard footsteps and saw her two friends, Potter and Weasley, come up running. I just found her like this. Andrew cried. Should we take her to the hospital wing? How can we get her there? Do you think she'll be okay? For a minute Andrew was worried he laced it on a little thick. Then he saw Ron and Harry's worried faces and knew they were nowhere near smart enough to figure it out. He was a genius after all. We can carry her, or levitate if we need to, Harry said, obviously trying to be calm. Andrew put on his best sad face. How could this have happened? Isn't Hermione a brilliant witch? I hope she's all right. Ron began to look more worried as the boy continued to speak. Was it obvious to everyone except Hermione that Ron liked him? Andrew almost giggled. Mortals were so amusing. Could you go tell a professor? Asked Harry quickly, while Ron began to lift their friend. Andrew smiled brightly. I'd love to do anything for you, Harry Potter. He squealed. Before running off, he saw, with peripheral vision, Harry and Ron rolled their eyes. This caused a blast of anger deep within Andrew's body, before he calmed down. Soon they would all see. Percent. Will she be all right? Harry asked worriedly in the hospital wing. Hermione lay peacefully on the white bed, eyes closed and looking asleep. Yes, eventually. It may take a while, and her memory may be fuzzy, but she'll be back to normal. I'm trying to find the cause to it, perhaps an odd sickness brought in from the Muggle world. I've never encountered it before, Madame Pomfrey said with a sigh. There had been several cases of the same epidemic traveling throughout Hogwarts. I must speak with Dumbledore, she said abruptly. Harry and Ron were surprised but let her through. Ron turned to his friend. I wonder what that was about. Harry shrugged, but a gleam of curiosity was in his eye. Want to go find out? Of course. White pulled a silvery cloak out of his bag and the two boys promptly disappeared. They followed behind the nurse and slipped into the staff room. Is everyone here? McGonagall asked as the door shut. Re was a chorus of yes before Dumbledore stood and began to speak. Now, as you all know, there had been a strange epidemic traveling through Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey has been working day and night to find the cause. Other teachers, please help her in any way you can. It's possible it's not a disease at all, but something on purpose. Everyone listening gradually nodded with their headmaster. They understood what he meant. Someone with malicious intent could be hiding within Hogwarts, secretly harming students. A long shot, but anything was possible. Does anyone have anything else to add? Dumbledore asked. When no one spoke, he nodded. Good. Then the meeting is adjourned. The teachers began to file out, chatting gossip amongst themselves. Harry and Ron followed closely behind, but turned to the dormitory. Do you really think it could be some sort of spell? Maybe one of the Death Eaters is in Hogwarts. No, Ron, I don't think so. I probably would have found out by now. You know, the whole Scar alarm system thing. Ron snorted. Sure, Harry. Sure. That's what it is. They climbed into the dorm and saw Neville, Seamus, Percy, and Dean were already in bed. It's late. We should go to sleep too. Harry yawned, beginning to take off his clothes. After, he climbed into the soft, red covers. Good night, Ron. Night, Harry. The two slowly began to slumber, drifting into dreamland. As their breaths became steady, a figure that was crouched in the darkness came out with a wicked grin. The creature slipped over to the beds of Percy Jackson and the Potter boy, gag and blindfold ready. It was time. He quickly stuffed the gag in Percy's mouth first. His eyes lit up, but before he could move a sleeping gas was administered. Same with the Potter boy, except he didn't wake up at all. Let's go, sleeping beauties. The monster growled ominously, leaving the same way he came through the shadows. Harry Potter and Percy Jackson were being kidnapped, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. The morning started out perfectly normal. The sky was bright blue, the birds were singing, and few people were thinking of the strange epidemic that was floating around Hogwarts. In fact, no one was thinking much of anything until Ron Weasley burst into Transfiguration class, 15 minutes late. Mr. Weasley, the professor said sharply, please explain why you have come running into my classroom, several minutes tardy. Quote, Ron was panting very hard and Annabeth began to notice that something wasn't quite right. Ron was never one to miss breakfast, and he didn't look like he overslept. Sure, his clothes were a mess and his face was red, but he didn't look tired or sheepish. More like incredibly freaked out. And speaking of weird things, where were Harry and Percy? Could they have caught the mysterious sickness too? Professor McGonagall. Ron gasped, clutching his knees for support. Can't find Harry or Percy Jackson. Both aren't in bed. Checked in hospital wing. Not in there either. Checked. He stopped himself from talking, but gave the teacher a look. Professor McGonagall knew instantly what he was talking about. The infamous Marauders map didn't have Potter or Jackson on it. They weren't in the castle. You're sure, Weasley? He nodded vehemently. Positive. I checked over and over. McGonagall rose to her feet. We must find them. It's possible that they're on the grounds. Annabeth and Talia shot each other a look. Percy wasn't in his dorm. And Harry wasn't either. What did McGonagall mean when she said they might be on the grounds? Did they have some way of knowing they weren't in the castle? The entire class filed out behind the teacher, anxious to see what was going on. It was a while before they reached the doors, and Annabeth had grown extra sick of Lavender and Parvati gossiping behind them. I don't know how you can stand it. She whispered angrily to Talia. Talia shrugged. I've had practice. Eventually, the 20 wizards and witches reached the grand entrance. However, when McGonagall reached for the handle, a strange green barrier stopped her. "What in the world?" she murmured, trying again with the same thing happening. Suddenly, Madame Hooch came running towards McGonagall with her own students trailing behind. "It's the strangest thing, Minerva. I can't get outside. I've tried the windows, all the doors, and I got Filch to show me some secret passageways. They're all blocked. Rubeus can't get out either. I sent him to get Albus." McGonagall's eyes went wide. "You're telling me that we're locked inside the castle?" Hooch nodded fearfully. "I'm afraid so." This made McGonagall and the students around them go pale. 2 students were missing, and they were locked inside Hogwarts. Dumbledore appeared beside her, eyes full of knowledge and yet missing the key. "This is very peculiar," he said solemnly, pushing up half-moon glasses. McGonagall looked him in the eye. "It gets worse. Percy Jackson and White Potter are missing and nowhere in the castle." Albus Dumbledore didn't surprise or scare easily, but now he looked positively alarmed. "It is worse than I feared. We must gather up all the students in the Great Hall." McGonagall nodded and began to gather her Gryffindors. 2*2. Meanwhile, Harry and Percy were just beginning to awaken. Percy came to first and looked wildly around, trying to figure out where they had been taken. He felt foolish for not being able to stop the kidnapping attack. And the Potter boy was here too. Great, just great. He would need to use his powers to escape, and that meant giving away the secret. But there weren't many options, and unlike Percy, Harry could be injured. When Harry himself woke up, he wasn't nearly as calm as Percy had been. "Where am I? Where are we? How did I get here? Is this a dream? Why are we tied up? How did this happen?" Percy rolled his eyes. "You seriously need to be quiet." It was as though Harry just noticed that Percy was there. He let out a yell that must have told every person within a square mile that, yes, they were awake. "Shut up," Percy hissed. "We don't know where we are. You yelling like crazy is just going to make things worse." Harry's cheeks went a furious scarlet and seemed unable to move his mouth to form words. Satisfied, Percy took a good look at their surroundings. No guards that they could see, but he could hear the distinctive marches of at least 3 people outside the door. They were in a small room, with absolutely nothing in it other than themselves and solid steel walls. Their hands were tied behind their backs, their feet were bound. They were chained to the floor with more steel, and Percy noticed that both of their wands were chained up separately. He noticed with some grim satisfaction that they didn't, more like couldn't, take Riptide away. They had just chained him up so it was impossible to reach his sword. "Perfect. We need to get out of here," whispered Harry, looking like he was planning another one of his miraculous escapes. "I think we can make it." Percy snorted. "What are the chances that they're going to release us to fight them so they can prove they're dominant and right before they kill us some distraction will appear and we can easily get away without being injured?" Not very high," snapped Percy, before Harry could reveal his plan revolved around that. "And to start off, I have to tell you something important." "What?" Percy hesitated for a second before saying, "Since we have to get out and I don't think our wands are going to be of much use, I'm going to have to fight at full power. With my powers." Noticing Harry's blank stare, Percy sighed. "I'm a demigod. My dad is Poseidon, and I can control the waves, breath underwater, that kind of thing. Without a wand, Annabeth, Talia, and Nico are too. We lied when we said that we came from a school, we came from a camp in America for people like us. No wah. And I also bathed in the river Styx," said Percy, completely ignoring Harry's disbelief. "So I can only be injured at one spot on my body. Watch my back. Watch your. And to prove it to you, we need to get out of wherever we are alive. Got it? Watch my back. Don't let us be taken by surprise. It's not an element that's in our hands. Is it ever?" Harry murmured. Percy sighed. "Not usually. Now I'm going to see if I can create water to control with my wand. Then we can cut through the chains, I can get my sword." "Sword? Will you stop interrupting me?" "Sorry. Anyway," Percy continued, "I can get my sword I'll be strong enough to cut through any monsters on our way out. I'm going to need you to take command of getting rid of mortals, like these Death Eater things. Hopefully, we can make the escape go unnoticed, but there are guards outside." Harry jumped, apparently not noticing this. How do you know? I can hear them, but not much. Since we can't hear any sounds other than loud marching, I'm assuming that the cell is basically soundproof. Which is good since I'm guessing you don't speak Greek or no sign language. Do you have any questions? Harry looked like he was bursting with curiosity and the questions tumbled out. What do you mean, mortals and monsters? Why do you have a sword? You can speak Greek. How is your dad Poseidon? Gods aren't real, right? Percy clapped a hand over Harry's mouth. Shish. That's enough questions. Mortals meaning wizards and non-gods are monsters. Monsters meaning exactly what you think, monsters. I have a sword so I can protect myself. I am part Greek god, knowing the language is helpful. My dad can become a human if he wants to and he did to have me. He wasn't really supposed to though. And no gods are definitely real. Trust me on that one. Harry swallowed nervously. Okay. Got it. Watch your back, watch out for monsters, take care of mortals. I can do this. Don't forget the subtle part. Or the part about escaping. Right. Percy closed his eyes and began to concentrate on his wand. Water, water, water. As if connected to him, Percy's special wand began to glow and pour the water onto the floor. When a good solid puddle had formed, Percy stopped thinking about the wand and began to focus on another part of him. His godly half. Listen water. Come towards me. Come on, you can do it. Listen water. Percy wasn't sure exactly why these thoughts came to him as he focused his godly energy. He just knew that they worked surprisingly well as the water obeyed him at once. Harry stared in awe as the demigod swirled water around the chains and began to cut at them. It was a long process, but Percy never gave in. His sweat was constantly being added to the mix of water, making it stronger and stronger. Harry felt his respect for the boy increase as the hours dragged on. It was funny that no one came into their cell, but Percy supposed whoever captured them was counting on there not being any obvious water in the cell. Well, too bad for them. Eventually, the fine chain was weak enough to be snapped by Percy. He was exhausted now and needed a moment to catch his breath. Okay, he said after a minute or two, standing to stretch. Let me get my sword. Then I can cut both of our wands free. If you could hold on to mine, that would be great. I wish I had my watch. He trailed off, apparently lost in deep thoughts. Well, it's no use crying over spilt nectar. Let's go. Harry paused and looked at Percy strangely. Spilled nectar. Percy grinned. It's a half-blood thing. The wizard nodded sagely and felt instantly reassured when his wand was back in his hand. The familiar power rushed through his veins like adrenaline and he felt ready for anything. Percy meanwhile felt reassured when the familiar sword was balanced in his palm. Let's get out of here. I agree 100%. With a quick reducto combined with a muffaliato bought them enough time to get of the doorway and wipe the minds of the 3 guards on duty. Adding in a reparo to fix the door made it look like they had never left. Perfect. Percy whispered, after they were both under a camouflaging charm. Now we just need to find the exit. The two ran, dodging monsters and Death Eaters alike while fighting off the temptation to fight. It wouldn't help them if they did. It was going surprisingly well, no one really noticing them. A nagging voice in Percy's head reminded him this probably wouldn't last. Stay on your guard, it said naggingly. Harry, however, was elated. This was going great. Percy saw the beaming smile on his face and whispered urgently. Don't get too full of yourself. We still need to make it to Hogwarts. This brought Harry just a little bit down, but he still felt as light as a cloud. They finally made it to the door and, surprisingly, escaped without alerting the monsters Death Eaters they had done so. But it was then that Percy found a slight problem with the plan. Now what do we do? Harry looked at him, smile sliding off his face. We run. And the 2 teenagers took off along the road, keeping the charm on until they were far enough away. The sun was hot on their tired backs and sweat dripped across both foreheads. The first town they had found must have had only a couple hundred people. The road was dusty and the buildings were tumbling over one another. Do you know where we are? Percy finally asked. After a few hours of trudging through many more small towns. Harry looked around before squinting his eyes. I never learned much geography, but I'm pretty sure that we still have a few days worth of walking before we reach London. From there we can get to Hogwarts magically, I'm pretty sure. I hope. Percy sighed and mopped his brow. This was going to be a long journey. 3*3. The Great Hall was in uproar. First years and seventh years alike were screaming as teachers tried, without success, to calm everyone down. 5 teens, with stony expressions, stood coolly in the background. I wish they would stop yelling. Talia said mildly, as though talking about the weather. It's making my ears bleed. I wish they would just calm down. Annabeth snorted. There was another silence. Only between them. The Hogwarts students were still quite loud. I wonder where Percy is, said Rachel. Annabeth gave her a glare for mentioning it first. Probably in the same place as Harry, sighed Grover, massaging his temples. The satyr looked tired, like he had a pounding headache. Which, by chance, he did. Nico leaned casually against the wall, looking even smaller than usual. It seems my Lither and friends didn't know this was going to happen. You know what that means, right? Annabeth was quick to decipher what he meant. Obviously. If it were the Death Eater's doing, we would have heard something from Malfoy. He doesn't really know how to keep things under the radar. It's got to be monsters. Talia nodded. I've seen lots of monster spells with Artemis. Only someone very powerful and skilled in the ancient ways could have cast a spell on a castle this old and gotten away with kidnapping. There are supposed to be charms warding of intruders. Annabeth snorted again. They didn't work very well, did they? The daughter of Athena was in an extremely bad mood. Her friends felt massive waves of killer intent directed at most of the world. Her eyes looked stormy and her lips were pressed in a hard, straight line. So when a hysterical first year ran up to her wailing about the end of the world, Annabeth glared fiercely at the poor girl and drew her wand. Calm down, she barked angrily, looking downright scary to the first year. This caused her to burst into tears and sound even louder. Annabeth's eye twitched. Before she could shave the girl's skin off, Talia dragged Annabeth away into a small side room. You need to stop freaking out. Like, seriously. Getting pissed at tiny crybabies may be fun, but it's not going to help us find Percy and the Potter boy. Then what will? Annabeth snapped. We're locked inside the castle, Percy's not here, and monsters could come any minute. Do you have a better idea? There's nothing we can do. I don't want to just wait around. The blonde snarled. She turned to Nico. Have you tried shadow traveling out? Yeah. Annabeth scowled. Well, try again. Nico jumped to his feet. In case you didn't notice, when I try to shadow travel too much I pass out. And that's when there aren't any walls of monster magic. That's helpful. Hey! Nico roared, the black masses of shadow swirling around him dangerously. It's not like you're doing anything important. Just yelling at us. Rachel jumped up too. Guys, don't start fighting now. This isn't the time. Talia rolled her electric eyes. Well, it's not like we're doing anything important right now anyway. Let them yell. Rachel's eyes flashed bright green. In case you didn't notice, it's my job to know the time for things. And trust me, it's so not the time to argue. I'd think you'd be grateful for my input. It's not like you've had much experience in this world. You're only mortal after all, it's just to be expected. Oh, I'm sorry. Which one of us got Ned into a tree for 6 years while the other is the only oracle left in this world? Soon Grover joined into the argument that was rapidly getting louder. None of them could decide what to do without Percy there to lead them. It was a strange feeling, they had never noticed the small ways he drove off fighting with just a single word. And no matter how much Talia liked being in the leadership role, she wasn't accepted by Nico and Rachel in that position. 4*4. Ron Weasley wasn't in the hall with the other students. He was beside Hermione's bed, gently stroking her hand and hoping she would awaken. The nurse had tried several different cures, but none of them had worked so far. Then he saw her brown eyes open softly, and Ron swore he heard a chorus of angels. Ron, what are you? Then she sat up quickly. Andrew. That boy Andrew. He poisoned me. To make me forget about had I read. Ron jumped too. What did you read? Madame Pomfrey heard the commotion and came in to see what was going on. Hermione looked around quickly and bit her lip. Something about half-bloods and oracles. The nurse and Ron looked at her quizzically. Half-bloods as in half magic half not. Like Harry and Seamus. Hermione shook her head, tight ringlets nearly whacking her fiends in the face. No, Half-bloods as in half-mortal half-god. Ron blinked, looking confused. Half-god. What's that supposed to mean? He turned to the nurse. Is she delusional? Hermione scowled. No Ron, I'm not delusional. Percy and some of his friends are half-god, half-human. Rachel is an oracle, and I'm not quite sure about Grover. But he must be something. Quote, while Ron was convinced his friend had gone mad, Madame Pomfrey felt the color drain from her face. She was old, and had heard many things during her life. The very idea of someone being half-god would seem ludicrous, but she remembered. Poppy Pomfrey was one of the few witches that could see through the mist. And when she visited her sister in New York the past summer, she clearly saw what was going on. The entire city had been put to sleep somehow. A group of about 40 kids were fighting against a group of far more monsters. She had fallen asleep too, eventually. But a long time after her sister. Just before her eyes closed to the strange magic, Poppy thought she saw someone who resembled the exchange student Percy Jackson. Demigods, whispered Madame Pomfrey. Hermione and Ron both whipped their heads around and stared at the elderly nurse. You know about them too. They're really half-god? Asked Hermione, eyes wide. Ron looked as though he was the only sane person left in the world. Not you too. Poppy stood with heavy eyes and a set jaw. This is a highly dangerous matter, and I must inform the headmaster immediately. You stay here. Both of you. And with that, she swept out of the room, leaving Ron and Hermione in a shocked silence. How did you come up with the whole half-god thing anyway? Ron asked abruptly. Hermione frowned. It's sort of fuzzy in my memory. Like I can only remember bits and pieces. There was something to do with a book. And someone in the corridor. And Rachel's handwriting. She snapped her fingers. Remember back a few months ago when Rachel's eyes started glowing and she said you'd go out with someone? Yeah. Hermione scowled. She was talking about Lavender. As in, predicting the future. Ron snorted. Sure. Aren't you the one that's always telling me that you can't predict the future? I mean, look at Trelawney. Just the other day, she was screaming about that kid in Hufflepuff, Grover I think, eating aluminum cans. That's ridiculous. Cans. Hermione murmured. What creature eats metal? Ron nearly smacked his face. That's not what I meant. Besides, aren't you taking this a little too seriously? Even if we know what he is, how does that change anything? It took Hermione a while to answer. Mainly because she had never questioned knowing things, but how would it help? Their secret hadn't hurt anyone, right? And they were leaving at the end of the year, which was coming up shortly. It will somehow. Ron rolled his eyes. Well, you've got bigger things to worry about. Harry and Percy Jackson are both missing. And the doors aren't letting anyone out. Or in, for that matter. Hagrid's trapped outside. What? Yelled Hermione, waking up the two people next to her. Why didn't you tell me that first? Well, you were talking about demigod. Hermione jumped up. Never mind that. This is way more important. Come on. I have to talk to McGonagall. And you're coming with me. Ron frowned. Didn't Pomfrey tell us to stay here? This time, Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, Ronald, since when have we listened to teachers when anything important has gone on? Well, it's lucky that you don't have to break any more rules. A voice said from the entrance, startling the two teens. Rachel was walking in, an unusually serious expression on her normally cheerful face. Hermione's face slipped into horrified surprise. Ron shuddered, even though the hospital wing was very warm. Why do you say that? The witch asked, after the moment had passed. Rachel's expression didn't change. Dumbledore has instructed all of the students into the Great Hall, even the ones injured. And since you're awake, it'll make everything much easier. Well, don't just look at me like I'm a ghost or something, come on. Ron crossed his arms defiantly, a scowl etched on his face. Why? Rachel sighed, as though expecting this. Your friend and my friend are both missing, and no one can get out of the castle. Is that a good enough reason for you? It was only then that the two realized how tired she looked. Her face was gray, her eyes dull, and her hair, usually so crazy, was slack. Hermione knew that she probably looked the same way. And the question still remained, how did Harry get kidnapped? She didn't think that was possible. Come on, Ron, she said, a tad cross. Ron looked at her like she was a spider. What? But you said. They're probably going to be in the Great Hall. So, we might as well go in. She turned to Rachel. I'm fine, but some of the other students in here aren't. Could you help me and Ron support them down? All right. Rachel sighed, walking over to the nearest bed and pulling a small second year up. Come on, Belinda. Belinda clumsily stood out of the bed. I'm coming. Hermione and Ron each helped the other kids in the hospital wing, and the strange-looking group made its way slowly down the stairs. Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for them at the entrance to the Great Hall. Thank you, Miss Dare. I believe that's everybody, said the old wizard, looking most unlike his usual self. Instead of being bright and cheerful, he looked solemn and serious. Understandable, seeing as 2 students were missing and the castle was on lockdown mode. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, could you come here for a moment? Dumbledore called after the 2. They turned and noticed that Neville, Luna, and Ginny were already standing with him. Good, you're here, Ginny said with relief. We were all so worried. Sorry, said Hermione. I've only just woken up. She shot a quick glance at Dumbledore. Professor. I've remembered something, and I think that's why someone attacked me. I was reading in the library. She told the old man the story, and tried to add as many details as she remembered. Neville, Ginny, and Ron didn't interrupt, but looked like this was one of the stories in the Quibbler. Luna, however, looked as though she had known this for a long time. Professor Dumbledore, who prided himself on not being surprised at anything, was completely and utterly shocked. She found that in the library. And what was even worse, was that she was right and Dumbledore couldn't tell her anything. Or, perhaps the binding wouldn't work now. Hermione, said Neville, disbelief layered into his tone. Are you sure you didn't just, I don't know, dream this? It seems pretty unlikely. Quote, Madame Pomfrey believed me, Hermione said crossly. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows at this, something he hadn't done for a while. So Poppy knew too. How interesting. And you say someone attacked you as you were on your way back from the library? Hermione nodded. Probably the same person that tore the pages out of that book. Dumbledore chuckled. I'm not so sure, Miss Granger. I have a guess that the person who attacked you has been here for years. A spy perhaps. Someone no one would suspect. Out of the corner of his eye, he spied Andrew Jenkins looking most unlike himself. Worried, furious, confused. Of course, I may be wrong, but my guesses are usually correct, you know. I knew our escape was too easy, moaned Percy, sharply jabbing his sword into one of the many monsters surrounding them. It wasn't that he was worried, he had faced worse opponents before. Harry, however, was panicking. This was his first time actually having to fight monsters, so it was understandable. He jabbed his wand. Stupfy. The strange Gorgon fell back momentarily, but was immediately replaced with another. Percy was impressed that Harry had been able to hold his own for that long. Most wizards would have run away screaming. Perhaps the 2 were more alike than he thought. We need to get out of here, yelled Harry, casting a bright blue spell at the monsters. And how do you propose that we do that? Fly out. Harry thought for a minute before nodding. That might work. He scrunched up his face in concentration and cast a misty, violet spell. He 2 boys began to rise above the monsters. This is so cool, yelled Percy. I've only flown on a Pegasus before. Harry smiled, pleased that his skills weren't useless after all. They began to rise higher into the clouds, above the heads of the screaming Gorgons. Try to keep your balance, yelled Harry. I'm going to try to steer. Steer. Harry swerved the plum cloud sharply to the right. Percy didn't like this new development. I thought you were used to things like this. You know, being half god. Percy gulped down. I already said, I've only flown on Pegasus before. This is completely different. Watch out. There's a tree ahead. Harry just laughed at him, and just as they were going to run into the tree, he cut to the left. This was where he belonged, up in the air. It wasn't a broom, but the next best thing. His fears slipped away as they rode away from the awful prison. Onward to Hogwarts, he shouted gleefully, adding speed to the puff of air they were riding on. Don't go too high up, Harry, yelled Percy. Zeus will blast me down if we do. Almost regretfully, Harry lowered the puff so they were skimming the treetops. Let me cast an invisibility spell so the muggles don't see us. He raised his wand and muttered the incantation. Percy experienced the strangest feeling, almost like an egg was being cracked on his head. "How much further do you think?" said Percy, above the roar of the wind. "Now that we're flying, maybe 2 or 3 hours. You might as well get comfortable." So Percy did just that, laying back on the cloud and closing his eyes. It was nice not to be in charge for once. 2 hours later. "Go left, 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 your other left. Will you shut up? I'm trying to steer." Percy was on the absolute edge of his seat, and was calming himself by screaming at Harry. Harry, meanwhile, had clenched his teeth shut and was trying to ignore the demigod. "We're almost at Hogwarts," said Harry, in an extremely impatient voice. "Then what?" "Well," said Percy, closing his eyes as to not see the trees below. "They're probably wondering where we are." I mean, we sort of just disappeared." Harry snorted. "Yeah, I'm still wondering how Over kidnapped us got inside the castle. Isn't that supposed to be a hard thing to do?" "True. Are there any secret passageways?" Harry nodded. "Yes, but I was watching them before I fell asleep. There was no one there. And don't you think it's kind of strange that there weren't any teachers on our way out? They usually have patrol." Said Percy thoughtfully. "I was wondering the same thing. I woke up when they got us. But you didn't. All of the boys in our room looked like they had been knocked out cold." His eyes widened. "You don't think that someone put something in the food, do you?" Harry furrowed his brow. "Come to think of it, the pumpkin juice did taste a little strange." "And you don't drink pumpkin juice?" "Percy, that's it." "What do you mean?" asked Percy. "Why are you so excited?" "Because in Hogwarts a history. It says that if the entire occupants of the castle are asleep, then one intruder may come and go as he please." "But I was awake." Harry shrugged. "Guess you don't count as an occupant of the castle." "Sorry." "It's all right, I didn't actually think watch out for that house." "Sorry." Harry swerved around and then felt the most particular feeling. It was as though he was flying into a very old, pure green mist. The sweet scent of oranges filled his nostrils and clouds covered his eyes. "Harry, what's going on?" Harry rubbed his glasses and squinted. "I think we've reached Hogwarts." "Excellent." Quote, "Don't get too excited, we still have to get through whatever this is." Percy squinted too. "Is it some sort of magical barrier? You know, one that protects the school?" "I don't think so," said Harry. "Ron and I flew to school back in 2nd year. We didn't encounter any of this mist back then. And it feels really old too. If it were new security, it wouldn't feel like this." Percy's skin paled. "I don't think that's what we have to worry about, Harry." "Look." Harry turned, and saw with astonishment that the castle was bathed in an eerie green light. There was no one outside. Which was odd seeing as the weather was nice and it was the middle of the day. "There's something that's keeping people from coming outside, or in," said Percy, his eyebrows almost disappearing into his hair. "I didn't think this kind of magic was possible. How are we going to get in?" was what Harry first said. Percy turned to him. "What?" Harry clenched his fist. "Think about it. They did this for a reason. For all we know, Voldemort himself could be in that castle. They kidnapped us so we wouldn't interfere." Percy gasped. It made sense now. They had to get into that castle, no matter what. Annabeth, Rachel, Nico, Grover, and Talia were all counting on him. Death Eaters. Several of them. All of them attacking. Dumbledore and the other teachers were too preoccupied to take care of the students. Gods. Where was Percy? "We need to do something," yelled Talia, over the commotion. Annabeth nodded. "Finally. You agree with me." The 5 teens thought for a minute. What would Percy do? Should they reveal themselves? "We need to act," said Nico softly, pulling out his black sword. "Soon." The other 4 nodded in agreement. Lives could be lost at any moment. The green killing curse was flying around, almost hitting several students. "Are you ready?" asked Rachel, nervously. She wasn't going to be one of the ones fighting, of course. She was going to hide herself. It would not be good if the Death Eaters got a hold of the Oracle. "You mean, are we ready to reveal to 300 people who we are?" "No, not really. But we don't have a choice," said Grover, preparing his flute. "Let's do this," Talia said, before leaping out into the openness of the Great Hall. The bright light hung on her skin, and tiny lightning bolts created an armor on her. Nico looked quite the opposite. His skin was almost drowned out by the murky shadows surrounding him. His sword glinted darkly, and the only thing white was the skull on the handle. Grover had his flute ready, and his shoes kicked off. If that wasn't frightening enough, vines had shot themselves through the floor and were wiggling around, waiting for the satyr's command. Finally, Annabeth was holding her knife ready. Its silver contrasting deeply with Nico's sword. She had taken a place in the front, and was crouched down and ready to attack. Their presence had been noticed by the Death Eaters and monsters. They had also silenced the entire room. It was a strange sight, and only 6 from Hogwarts knew why they were doing this: Andrew, Ron, Hermione, Madame Pomfrey, McGonagall, and Dumbledore. Talia made the first move. The electricity began to flow through her body, making it appear as though she were glowing silver. "Back off before I electrocute you," she said, in a very threatening voice. One of the Death Eaters laughed and ran forward, his wand ready to curse. Talia blasted energy towards the foolish wizard and he screamed in pain. "You really should listen to me." She went into offense, wielding the sparks like a weapon. "Nico, go." All eyes then went on the young boy, as he flung the strange black sword into the ground. "Army, rise before your ghost king," he commanded, before taking the sword out again. A rumbling crack echoed throughout the hall, and about 30 skeletons rose out of the ground. Now the great hall wasn't filled with silence anymore, but screaming. "He's raising the dead," whispered Ron, horror-struck, to Hermione. Dumbledore looked a little sick too, as though this was beyond what he was willing to see. The skeletal army ran forward. The Death Eaters began to yell Avada Kedavra. But it wasn't working. The monsters, however, knew much better and simply jumped on the bones. The skeletons were surprisingly agile though, and managed to dodge most of the attacks. Many students behind them were still screaming, so Grover began to play his flute. The strange music floated around the hall, and caused the vines to begin forming a wall around the students. "What are you doing?" roared a few Gryffindors. Everyone else seemed pleased they were away from danger. "What does it look like I'm doing?" Grover shouted back. This caused the students to look more closely at him. "What the hell are you?" Quite a few yelled. Grover smiled, as though he were used to this. A satyr. And now he joined the offense, playing his music and controlling the plants around him. Annabeth began to move too, her knife flashing and legs kicking. When the knife dug into the skin of the monsters, they shrieked and turned to dust. She let Talia and Nico handle the Death Eaters. They were more than capable. After all, blood began to fly more freely as the 3 half-bloods and satyr fought on the offense. Many students watched in awe at the small group, and how well they were fighting. But even they began to tire after going through so many opponents. This was very much unlike the battle in New York a year ago. There weren't as many people and they didn't have any time to prepare. There also wasn't any space to fight just the Great Hall. Some Death Eater had blocked off the door. And it seemed like there was an endless stream of Death Eaters and monsters to deal with. Before long, the 4 fighting began to fall. The witch named Bellatrix Lestrange, who had brought down both Talia and Annabeth, laughed shrilly. "Stupid children, you can't possibly hope to defeat us. We are invincible, you fools." Finally, only Nico and his slowly diminishing skeletal army were left. It seemed that the Death Eaters had taken to using the Reducto curse on the bones, causing them to explode into dust. It was clear that summoning such a large amount was taking its toll on the 13-year-old. The shadows under his eyes seemed more pronounced than ever. But he still fought valiantly, slicing skin with his nightmare weapon. Suddenly, his eyes widened with shock and he fell slumped over. Blood dripped out of a wound to the back, something a Hogwarts student was responsible for. It was Andrew, showing his true colors. Bellatrix squealed happily. "I was beginning to think that brat would never be stopped." "Good job." Andrew recapped his own sword. "Of course. That's what I do best. Though I'm surprised he lasted this long. I thought you Death Eaters were supposed to be competent." Bellatrix's eye twitched and her face flushed. "We weren't prepared that they were going to fight. And it's not like you did much during this whole ordeal. I was informed that you were to handle it. We would have gotten rid of him eventually." Bellatrix yelled furiously. Andrew shrugged. "Time is precious. And you're wasting it even now by defending your pathetic little group against me. Don't you have a job to do?" He looked casually around the stunned Great Hall, until Nico spoke to him from the floor. "Who's your parent?" "Eris, goddess of chaos and discord." "That explains it." sighed Nico, still losing a dangerous amount of blood from his wound. The one goddess they wouldn't forgive. She did start one of the most bloody wars in history though. Andrew's face turned splotchy and he glared daggers at the son of Hades. It was a mistake. Granted, she shouldn't have done it. But Zeus is so pig-headed he can only remember the bad things about her. He only forgave the nice minor deities. The ones who had puny powers, like rainbows and flowers. Well, it was his mistake. Don't talk trash about my dad, yelled Talia, her eyes glinted silver, trying desperately to get up. He's 1,000 times stronger than you. Andrew smirked. You said stronger. I'm quite aware he is strong. But he is brawny rather than brainy. I notice you didn't try to defend him when I insulted his intelligence. You little. Talia choked suddenly, as one of the Death Eaters kicked her in the stomach. Thank you. She was annoying me, said Andrew to the wizard. Now then, carry on. Weren't you supposed to be doing something? Bellatrix finally snapped. You're infuriating, she screamed, looking close to cursing him into next week. Calm down. Don't tell me what to do. Andrew rolled his eyes and sat down on the floor. Continue. Another one of the Death Eaters raised his wand and aimed for the clump of students and teachers. Even Dumbledore looked nervous at this prospect. Definitely not going the way he thought it would. He had to be killed by Snape, damn it. Yes, Dumbledore cussed. Well, now we can complete the mission, he said leeringly, before preparing to cast the deadly curse. However, the sounds of two people had begun to float through the window. You're going to crash into the windows. Stop telling me how to fly. Break. Break. Cover your head. This is your plan. The two voices sounded familiar to many of the occupants and the Death Eater lowered his wand for a second. Wah. Ah. A terrified scream was followed by the shattering of glass, as two boys crashed through the window. A few people let slip some dirty words, why? Others yelled that more monsters were coming. It wasn't until the two stood that everything was explained. It was Percy Jackson and Harry Potter, both panting for breath, but alive and ready to fight. Harry remembered Percy's earlier warning of, watch my back, and he slipped behind to cover from that angle. Percy smiled gratefully. I don't know what the hell is going on here. He began, uncap, ping riptide and smirking as the monsters backed away a bit. But it's going to stop now. Be careful, Percy, cried Annabeth from her position on the floor. They're good. Percy nodded and prepared to strike. A few Death Eaters sneered. Do you really want to fight us? Just put that sword down, brat, or someone's going to get hurt. Then the Death Eater's eyes widened in shock and blood coughed out of his mouth. Suddenly, Percy was behind him and slashing away furiously. Rule 1. Never underestimate an opponent. And that was Harry's cue, as the teen began to fight quickly with his wand. The slashes of colors coming from his wand filled the room with pretty lights. If a muggle were to walk in, she would probably think it were some sort of light show. But then the flashes became greener and greener, as the fight became more dangerous. If the monsters and Death Eaters weren't stopped soon, someone might end up dead because of a stray killing curse. It was then that Percy knew what he had to do. Closing his eyes, he began to focus on the ocean current within him. He focused on the sea, the water, and his godly connection. And water appeared from his core. Annabeth gasped in Sue, our prize, while Nico and the others looked on in mild shock. This was a risky move, and they knew that Percy knew this. This ends now, he yelled through the noisy water. Just as he was doing this, Harry began firing curses more rapidly. It was amazing how flawless their teamwork was after such a short period of time. The salty water hit them straight on, causing a few monsters and Death Eaters to be shot back from the shock and a few others fled. This definitely wasn't worth it. The force sent Percy backwards too, causing him to collide painfully into the vine that Grover has woven with music. It looked like it hurt. But Percy brushed it off and began to fight at an amazing speed and agility. It looked as though he were performing a beautiful, deadly dance with a sword in hand. If it hadn't been for the blood and strangled cries coming from his enemies, that's what the others would have seen it as. Incredible, whispered Hermione, talking about both Percy and her friend. They both fight so well together. And I guess this proves that he is a demigod, same with the others. Yeah, said Ron with raised eyebrows. Sorry I ever doubted you, Hermione. All is forgiven. Then a shout broke from the crowd, coming from Harry. All eyes turned towards him, and they saw it wasn't Harry who was hurt, it was Percy. Andrew had come up and slid his sword into Percy's neck. Funnily enough, Percy didn't look that worried. In fact, he didn't look anything but aggravated. That was rude, he commented dryly, pulling the sword out. It's not nice to slit people's throats. Or try to, at least. The composure Albus Dumbledore had held onto was slipping with every word he spoke. How did the boy survive that fatal cut? Even demigods didn't have that kind of power. Andrew's face paled as Percy said the position to slice riptide through his side. How did you? Andrew croaked, as the color drained from his face and blood dripped on the floor. Percy's face seemed to harden. Achilles. I thought it was a rumor. Said the injured traitor. I thought only Luke had gone into the river. No, said Percy. I went in too. Bet you wish you knew that before trying to kill me. Percy let him drop to the ground and narrowed his eyes. Anyone else? The few remaining monsters and Death Eaters backed away. None of them knew much about whatever this, Achilles, meant. All they knew was that the key D could be bloody immortal for all they knew. Retreat. Retreat. A few muttered, exchanging worried glances. Even Medusa and Bellatrix, two of the toughest fighters, seemed nervous. What were they supposed to do in this situation? Now that it seemed clear that everything was going to be all right, the tension in the room seemed to drop and the professors seemed to remember that it was their job to get rid of any threats to the students' safety. Grover, from his position on the ground, began to play his flute and the vines wiggled down. Dumbledore and a few others stepped forward, casting quick spells left and right. This was more than enough to frighten the enemy away from Hogwarts. Only when the last monster ran through the door, did the wizards stop. Both Percy and Harry fell forward, clearly exhausted. In fact, it looked as though they were going to pass out right then and there. Hermione, Ron, and Annabeth stepped forward to congratulate them, but Nico held his hand up to stop them. Let them sleep, the wounded boy said shakily. They deserve it more than anyone. It was then that Annabeth noticed his injury. Nico, you need to go to the hospital wing. Nico gave a small smile. I think I'm going to take a small nap. You should watch your shoulder, Annabeth. And look at Talia's stomach. And Grover's forehead. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. He trailed off and slumped over. Hermione looked at Annabeth's shoulder with concern. He's right, you know. That could get infected if you don't get it bandaged. The blonde nodded and went over to the nurse. Talia and Grover were parked in front, while Rachel was helping Madame Pomfrey. Then, all of a sudden, Rachel's eyes went bright green and smoke floated around her. Everyone stopped dead, eyes transfixed on the girl. Then she began to speak. In a hoarse voice that didn't sound like her own. The Chosen One has survived. He who fears fear itself will fight he who fears death. The Chosen One will master the myth. He will hold all three and be equal to death. Both will fall, but only one will have the choice to be reborn. The Chosen One is the Chosen One has survived. The strange phenomenon began to end and Rachel's eyes reverted to normal. No one spoke for a long time. Harry felt his face grow warm and several people were looking at him with a mixture of fear, pride, and confusion. So it is true, thought Harry. Rachel's the Oracle and I'm the Chosen One. But what does it mean? Master the myth. Hold all three and be equal to death. Choice to be reborn. The 8th. The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.